hate that everyone just gets a style of pizza now. I think we have way too many styles of pizza, and I'm just not going to support it anymore. New York, Chicago, those are the two. Anything else is just a bad iteration on those.
I don't think Chicago-style pizza should be called pizza.
Yeah, but it is.
I know, but it's like a totally different dish altogether.
If you have to eat it with a fork, it's not pizza.
The St. Louis and Detroit are more similar to the New York and Connecticut version than the Chicago one.
St. Louis is very unique. It's like a cracker-thin crust with a cheese called Provel that... It's an acquired taste. It's an acquired taste.
But I can eat it with my hands, right?
You can eat it with your hands, correct.
A Chicago deep dish style pizza, as you said, you need a fork and a knife.
Michelle, I'm looking at pictures of St. Louis pizza online. These look like something you would heat up in the microwave.
Listen, I love the Square Beyond Compare, as we call it in the Lou, but I understand it's an acquired taste. I've had many of friends come to visit. We've tried it. They don't love it. To me, New York-style pizza is obviously the king. And that's why when I look at Detroit or I look at Chicago, if I can't fold it in half and take a bite out of it, if it's not a slice, it's not for me.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, is there anybody arguing that? Chicago argue that?
Chicago takes their pizza.
Can't actually think their pizza is better than New York pizza.
They take their pizza very seriously.
But they can't actually
deep dish pizza.
Okay, but a different category to me. Yeah. Totally different category.
I agree. It's a different...
Like, you can like it and not talk about pizza. Like, hey, I like this dish. That's different than actually pizza. Just saying. Next one, Pat.
NFL fans thought that they caught Patrick Mahomes on a hot mic asking a ref to tell him if defenders were close to him. Yeah. He was like talking to the ref in regards to the right tackle or something lining up offsides. And he said, tell me if he's close or something like that. Twitter went crazy over this, thinking that somehow Patrick Mahomes is asking officials to tell him when defenders are getting close to him because in their minds he's paying off officials to help him out. And this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Like some 60-year-old referee standing behind Patrick Mahomes is going to be like, look out, Pat! And he's going to like be able to react in time to avoid defenders. This is so dumb.
Well, I wouldn't be mad if the NFL decided to do that.
I wouldn't either. I was thinking the same thing.
I don't care.
It's Patrick freaking Mahomes.
He's your star.
Do whatever you got to do to keep that guy on the field.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. We all watch Fresh Prince, right? Yeah. You want to watch Fresh Prince without Will Smith?
No.
Right, so let's keep the star actor healthy and upright.
Exactly.
Okay, well, let's do that for all star players then. I'm sick of them getting preferential treatment. They get a lot of calls.
There are star players, and then there's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Like, Patrick Mahomes, draw a line, everybody
Okay, what about Lamar Jackson?
No.
No.
Patrick Mahomes, draw a line, everybody else.
I think they actually should do
There's levels to it. Lamar Jackson might be in the same building, but he and Pat Mahomes, they got different views.
Travis Kelce's a bigger star than Patrick Mahomes.
What?
His girlfriend is.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
FX's Grotesquerie.
This killer is someone who knows anatomy.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Detective, you have an entire family murdered.
Niecy Nash-Betts.
The monster is out here.
Courtney B. Vance.
God knows what darkness we let in.
And Travis Kelce.
There's no future after this.
FX's Grotesquerie. All new Wednesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And Doug, this is the dossier you have wanted for weeks. You got it.
It's not really a dossier. It's a schedule, but that's not a dossier. I've had trouble with this nomenclature right from the get-go, fellas.
Jackson apologized.
It's a schedule.
No, I refuse to apologize.
Whoa. The dossier, that's more like a resume, isn't it?
No, it's like a detailed file of certain things, and that's what I would describe this as.
I don't know.
Well, I've got the definition right here of a dossier. Put it on the screen for our ESPN2 viewers. We just happened to come up with this second. We didn't plan this out 2 hours ago. My eye.
All right, I'll play along. What's on the damn dossier?
Jackson, why don't you tell the audience what we have here for the program?
Does that mean Tim didn't read it?
Well, in terms of...
I'm looking at it. I'm deciding whether or not you want to read what's in there.
Well, in terms of guests, we'll have John Kelly at 8:15 talking Blues hockey.
Well, this has never really been a guest-driven program.
No, but we have the last couple of weeks. We've had a good amount of guests. Friends really stop by.
Friends,
and hang out.
they're calling us and saying, "Can I stop by?"
Right, and then we have the surprise line making its glorious return at 9:30.
Doug, is Calvin May back to finish off the Butch Patrick Joe Madden story?
I want to say some of these are going to be necessary and some are going to be nonsense, and you get to decide later.
Necessary or nonsense? A new sketch or a bit?
Oh, get necessary surprises. I like that.
No, I think this one's necessary.
Oh, wow.
All right.
So we have the surprise line making its glorious return at
9:30? That's its slot.
And then plenty of audio that I think will interest the listening audience, including...
We got audio. Stay tuned for 4 hours.
I see one of the segments says Chicago radio audio. We're just stealing other radio shows from other cities.
Let's take a listen right now.
It's like a temporary simulcast.
Okay.
What goes on? Here's a behind the scenes of the dossier's construction. Number one, you have Martin enter the fake topic at 7 o'clock.
I got to tell you, every day, at least one of you fools is confused.
You're corrupting the file.
I came in today and somebody said, "Is that really happening?" I believe KG fell for today's bait.
I sit there and I
wouldn't put it on the dossier if we weren't doing it.
I'll just be scrolling through TikTok and I'll get audio for the program. That's essentially how we did it when we were down the hallway in the closet next to the Pissa. And then I'll send it over to Jackson. Now, Jackson, Doug, doesn't necessarily go into vivid description of what the audio is because I know what the audio is because oft times, you like that instead of often?
I don't like it, really.
Oft times, I'm the one who sent it to him. And that is why it says Chicago radio audio.
Well, yeah, but the description's down below in the audio section. That's what makes it a dossier. If it was just that schedule, Doug, then it would be a schedule.
Then it would be a schedule. But
there's details under that, hence making it a dossier.
Still a schedule.
Participate in the YouTube chat where I see MD2020 is talking with John Scores in the TMA STL YouTube chat and then the 101 ESPN YouTube chat. Friends gather there as well. And you can partake in the program by calling. Chairman Kurt is standing by with the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. There you go.
Tim, do you have time for a little housekeeping here?
I do. Doug does not.
No, I'm pressed for time.
MD 2020, did you see yesterday? That's the drink, Mad Dog.
Yeah.
Not a doctorate, not a physician. And somebody else said, please use the KG impression more. That was not a KG impression.
They thought that was a KG impression?
That was. I don't know why that would sound like KG. Hanley said it didn't. So it is not a KG impression.
No. So
how do you feel that the audience think that's what you sound like?
It doesn't bother me.
Where's his mic? Come on, Pale.
I'm unbothered.
Okay.
I think the pail has been impaled by the sun already. It's super bright today.
They're making an observation in the YouTube chat. I don't know who. The comments come, they go, yes. But that your hair looks disheveled like you might have had a nightcap last night.
No. This
Cheshire
again,
Don't you comb your hair before you come in?
Yes.
It's this. I hate to say it again.
Getting to him early, Doug, and that's dangerous.
Oh, boy.
I hate to say it again. This camera angle is like the worst possible camera. It's right on my bald spot. Like it's direct.
You don't have a bald spot,
Yeah, yes, I do. Right there.
No,
there's a tape delay on that, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit.
You don't.
No, you're imagining it. It's not
really
there.
don't, Jackson.
But that
I
part,
know bald spots, baby.
No one would look at your hair and say, "Oh, wow, would you look at that bald spot?"
Right.
Nobody in the
You just
world would say
don't.
that.
because everyone looks at me straight on, or maybe to the side. This is having me up top. It's just the way the angle, and then the sun on top of that. It's just not. It's not great. It's not great. So my hair looks disheveled because it's long and thin.
Our Sunday sports show, we had a director who liked random shots, and Joe Buck is sitting on the couch, and they had a rover cam, and they would go behind him, and he says on the show, "Stop taking that shot. Nobody needs to see the back of my scalp." God, that was part of the interview.
Rover cam.
Yeah, I ride with him. That's brutal. Yeah, I just it's just not a great camera. I have long, very thin hair, like the air conditioning could kick on, and then my hair is disheveled. And
It'll land on olive.
Yeah, so I don't like that. So my hair is disheveled. That's just how it has to be.
Well, you're overly worried about the bald spot.
I share your opinion,
because we
Doug.
don't see it.
I appreciate that.
You've always been hypersensitive about the hair loss, and I'm just telling you, you're good.
I have to get out in front of it. Otherwise, I'll be emotionally wrecked.
Yeah, I could see where in your 20s you're worried that it's not going to be there at all.
Yeah, but he's a man in love.
But it doesn't look like it's that at all. It looks fine.
Right, I appreciate that.
Missouri beat Eastern Washington last night.
Barely.
Oh.
I had an awakening.
Every game is torture.
Why do you hate Caleb Grill?
It was great to see him start to get going. That was actually great.
No, I had an awakening during that game. I was going to do my commentary sort of making fun of Drink and how he just trolls everybody. And I was going to say, spike the football when you're in the end zone, meaning the end of the year. But honestly, I was watching the game and I thought, you know what? As bad as the Mizzou Hoops program is, I said, maybe Drink deserves credit because they're 18-4. I thought, you know what?
Oh, my gosh.
It's not all that bad because this basketball
Chairman
thing.
Kurt's nodding behind you.
This basketball thing is trending down overall. They did just lose 20 in a row.
Yeah, that's
so
a
I
bad
said,
trend.
you know what? I don't like Drink trolling Bobby Stoops. I don't recommend it. He's mad at the fans. He's mad at the reporters. And it kind of gets under my skin. And then I thought, you know what? Who cares? At least they're winning games compared to this hoops thing.
Jackson, your thoughts on that?
Did they
Jackson
not win
loves
last
his
night?
Missouri basketball.
Did they not win last night?
Well,
Nice.
they pulled it out. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. I'm a little concerned about the squad.
Even, I will say, and trust me, I'm down too. Even in 2022, when they went 25-10, these crummy games that they would play at the beginning of the year, they would barely win those too. They would score a lot.
So this is all by design. This is the Drink.
This is like the
Drink.
first half offense against Oklahoma?
It's just not a surprise. Like every game is always going to be like a little bit of a sweat. Every single game.
Okay.
Now, usually that meant that they would also be in games against good teams. And for the most part, they have been, but they lose a lot too.
Is that their motto this year? Every game's going to be a little bit of a sweat.
No, most of the games are going to be a lot of a sweat.
Okay.
Or just complete blowout. But you never know.
I thought it was going to be different with this great recruiting class they had. I thought they were instantly going to be contenders.
I don't know if anyone said that. I think they were picked 13th in the SEC.
Oh. 13 out of...
You can hear Chairman Kurt taking the calls in the Calgary Times. Somebody has a passionate take on the Eastern Washington win. You can call in to talk to Chairman Kurt. Calgary and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101.
Do they just call in to talk to him?
Maybe that's what it is.
We don't seem to really talk to anybody.
Yeah, he talks to more people than we do. Let's see. Big win by Kansas against North Carolina over the weekend. That would have been the win of the century for Mizzou. That's from Todd Reesing Martin, and that is the gentleman who was sacked in the Arrowhead end zone in 2007.
A little turf in his helmet.
That's correct.
Great show.
Is Pale going to sit down today? He is pacing like a nervous father in the maternity waiting room. That's from Mr. Bojangles.
I'm testing out the standing thing for a little bit. See how that
Do you
treats
normally
me.
sit? I don't even think about it.
Yeah.
I feel like during balloon party you'd stand, you'd sit. Yes.
Well,
sit.
because I had sat for 3 hours on TMA, and so it felt good to stand up and do radio. But now I'm going to try it out.
You don't really stand in the maternity room anymore. You're right in there with the mom.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Unless it's
you're going to see it all go
C-section.
down here next year, Jackson.
I don't know about next year, but
I got action on next year. Yeah.
I don't. But it's a really long process, right? Like you're in there for a while.
It depends. If it's the first one, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's the second or third after things have been stretched out a bit, it can come in a hurry. My niece had a baby yesterday, 12 pounds, 3
Sweet
ounces.
mother of mercy.
12 pounds.
12 pounds.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Boy or girl?
It was a boy.
Better sign on with Missouri now. You a true son or not? Sign up now.
Looked like an old lineman to me.
Okay.
Wreck me, Doug.
True son.
12 pounds.
Jackson definitely said last year, wait till these recruits come in. That's from Todd Reesing.
Okay, this guy.
This guy.
It's tough because I really have no rebuttal when it comes to Kansas basketball. They're obviously one of the three
number one in the country,
bluest of blue bloods as it gets. So I can't really rebut. But you know, who knows? The season's early, and they had a tough first game. Not gonna lie, but the season's early. You know, that's why you play over 30 games.
And 30 players. I think that's their model.
Yeah, God,
we'll play 30 games and 30 players.
That Leonard Hamilton, Florida State thing is just not working here.
Didn't Drink troll KU? Wasn't he in the crowd when they were doing the FU-KU? Wasn't he part of that as well? Or did he hold up he held up a sign, I think that said blank U, Kansas.
No, I think that was digitally altered. I don't know.
Chairman, I feel like you're our Missouri correspondent. I see the chairman's are currently looking for that information as we speak.
Thank you. Are you taking calls, KG?
He is.
From over here.
Calls.
We'd like to call him.
I got to look at my phone to see who's on the line. Mark, is this a good one to take?
I'd take it. I think it's fine.
Doug, he says I'd take it. And if the chairman says I'd take it, we take it. Callier and Thompson phone lines here, 101 ESPN. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the show.
Thanks. So I'm the assistant to the VP of Special Operations with the Cardinals.
Are you?
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And who was that guy you had on the other day that talked about hitting the baseball from the belly button to the chest? Because that's really good stuff.
Yeah, I think that was Kyle, but he's changed his name to Chris. As to the reasoning for the name change, we don't necessarily have that information at the moment.
Well, that was right up there with scoring more runs than the other team, and I think we might need to hire that. So if you got his information, I'd love to know it.
Okay. Well, we'll work on that.
Really?
But I've got a special operation for you guys.
What's that?
So Roki Sasaki, he's getting posted, which means pretty much every team has a chance. Now, we're going to sell them on the Cardinal way and all that stuff, but I need you guys to come up with a way to sell them on the city of St. Louis.
Okay.
Well, that should be easy, as much as we have going on here.
I love the poorly educated.
I think we lost the Becky Thatcher boat, but we'll make up for that.
We got all the good football teams.
There's a nice mellow mushroom out by me.
I like that.
There is a mellow mushroom.
Yeah,
pretty good.
It's nice.
Sunset Hills.
Yeah.
Oh, the great Mike Vintage, my buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've eaten there several times.
It's a great spot.
Mm-hmm.
You get out
so that's
back?
what you're going to use?
Yes, done that a time or two.
No, you do the bocce ball out back?
I haven't played bocce ball, but I've sat back there.
A nice outdoor bar?
Yeah.
Good beer selection?
You think that'll do it, Mark? Mellow mushroom?
Well, I was thinking, Otani had that interpreter issue, so we need a good interpreter that's going to take the fall.
I like cookies.
Okay. Well, I don't speak Japanese. Mandarin Chinese was the language I learned
that was
in college,
yours. That was one you
but not Japanese.
studied. Thank you, Mark. Wonderful call.
All right, thanks,
not playing
Mark.
well, unfortunately, though, in the air conference.
This was not on the dossier. We went from birthing to that.
Yeah, let me see what I got. I think this guy thought he was calling the Z-Man's show.
Oh,
that's from a new poll eligible. That's going to activate Martin.
Wow, that's going back.
Z-Man.
I think the Z-Man's the greatest show. Was he on 920 or 1380?
All the greats.
One of those.
He was a gentleman who would argue with management when they were terminating him that the show had to be successful because he got a lot of phone calls.
Okay.
And then management
and he
would
charged
say,
each caller.
What we judge show success by is advertising revenue, although phone calls are, of course, wonderful, as that phone call just proved.
The phone lines are generally poison. You should steer away from them unless you have some sort of antidote.
Hey, Mark, you've been invited to play an exclusive game of Frogger on Highway 270 right now. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. Drop this dork. Tim, KG needs a talking to.
Oh.
Is this Hockey Bob's cousin? Stop this!
I miss Hockey
Hunchback of
Bob.
Von Castle.
I haven't heard from Hockey Bob in years.
Oh, don't ask for it.
Is he still around?
How many times has this guy been on the Tums cam? My guess is anywhere between 3 and 5. That's Al and Dadeville. And Doug, we invite people to call in, and then they do, and then they're promptly attacked.
Right, people don't care for him much.
Was it real or not? Was that a real call?
Your read, Chairman.
Was he doing material?
I don't get to hear the callers, so I have no idea.
What? You don't get to hear the callers?
What kind of system is this?
You have headphones right there.
I plugged them in last week. It doesn't work.
So the guy who screens the calls can't hear the calls.
Sometimes I pull up the YouTube and I listen to him that way, but it's on like a 10-second delay. So I have no idea what Mark had.
So if you're giggling, you're just giggling at like kind of a word.
I'm just a happy fella.
Yeah, I like that. I didn't know.
Was it a good call?
Gosh.
Well, not really.
Informative?
He wanted us to recruit a Japanese baseball player to St. Louis.
Kidding. And Doug's going to take him to the Mellow Mushroom in Sunset
It's the
Hills.
best I got. Yeah.
Pretty good. I like the
Was he
wine.
joking? Joking or jacking?
Joking.
Joking.
He was joking.
Maggie O'Brien's is right across the street.
It is indeed.
Maggie's
Eddie
West.
McVeigh.
Yeah.
Friend of the show.
Call in, Eddie. What are you doing?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind
Yeah, I
doing
miss
it.
Eddie, too. I haven't seen him in a couple of years.
He's a lot of fun.
Oh, he's a legend. He's
Steady
a legend.
Eddie.
All right, you can call in as well and try your material out, I guess. 314-974-0101. Email in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man says, Chairman filters me and he let that clown through. Nice going, Sally. That's from Engine Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man. So he's not happy with the chairman.
I think it's time for a new shtick, Butchie.
Yeah.
Whoa!
That's the thing is like screening calls is like someone can say something and then go on the air and say whatever. An email, you can read exactly what they're saying.
Martin, this program was duped by Daddy Padre, former Blues netminder, as he called in representing that he was former Rams linebacker Alec Ogletree, and we didn't catch on for about 45 seconds.
Yeah, we bought it.
Well, Ogletree's a tough read. I don't know if I would know his work. Number 52, Georgia?
Yeah.
He was a good player there for a couple of years.
Yeah, 2013 maybe.
Yeah, him, Lance Dunbar, and James Laurinaitis.
Yeah, he
Jolon Dunbar.
Jolon Dunbar.
Who took out Jolon Dunbar led to Colin Kaepernick and the phenomena because he took out Alex Smith.
Yes, that's right.
Do we get these dumb phone calls because a new guy likes him? That's from Painter Guy. Chairman, are you the new guy?
I've been around longer than Martin.
Whoa, shots fired.
These calls are on you, Martin.
Hey, and circling back to the Drink KU thing, the sign said 5 level 1 violations. I think some people online had a little fun digitally with some alterations.
So he was holding up a sign that said 5 level 1 violations? That is accurate. That was not digitally altered.
Right.
But that's a pretty good troll right there.
Yeah.
Well, Bob Stoops has responded.
We got to get to that.
Bob Stoops has responded to Eli Drinkwitz's opening press conference, and we will have that audio for you on the other side of our commercial break. The program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. This is TMA. Underdog Fantasy is where you can play against many and win even more. Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost. Pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the boost to eligible entries. Discounts, you'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player just has to get higher than 0.5 for that selection to win. Plus, all new users get a free pick. Download the app, sign up with promo code PARTY, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code PARTY. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Take a listen, Doug. Argue with this one, Doug.
You can't. He's got them lined up in chronological order.
Wonderful rendition. This is what Billy Joel played at Busch Stadium a mere month ago. Welcome in, friends. It's the Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt answering calls but receiving criticism for who he lets through the filter. I think he's doing a wonderful job, but, we are in an alliance. Text in Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646, and those Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. All right, Jackson, I need to set the stage here for what we've got. Can you pull the Eli Drinkwitz press conference following the win over Oklahoma Saturday night? Because that context is important for what we are about to play that came from an Oklahoma radio station yesterday. All right, here it is.
Yeah, this will be real disappointing to Bob Stoops, but OU doesn't always whip Missouri's ass anymore. So with that, I'll open up for questions. Felt pretty good. I thought Coach Stoops did a nice job stirring it up this summer, and I thought their coaches did some stuff this summer that felt like they stirred it up a little bit with some tweets and different things. So our guys were ready.
All right, that's the beginning is how you heard him open up the press conference. Then there was a follow-up a little later on in which he was responding to Bob Stoops being asked about Oklahoma going from Big 12 to SEC, and he talked about how they had beaten Missouri's ass a number of times. And even though that was in an interview in August, Eli Drinkwitz was obviously still worked up about it, even though Eli Drinkwitz was not around when Oklahoma was in the Big 12 and beating Missouri more often than not. Yesterday, Bob Stoops appeared on an Oklahoma radio station, and he was asked about it. Here's what he had to say.
All right, hit the lever pail.
All right, Coach, I have to ask you, or I wouldn't be doing my job. First thing Eli Drinkwitz says when he sits down Saturday night is he takes a shot at you a little bit.
I chuckled. Someone showed me that yesterday. I didn't even see it before someone showed it to me yesterday, and I started laughing. I said, I didn't realize. I thought, who cares about a retired? I've been retired 8 years, and I'm still prominent on people's mind.
It was bizarre that he never played you. You never played him. You went 8-1 against Missouri. It was last year. It was no. That's a long time ago. No. Do you have any reaction other than chuckle? Anything?
No.
Anything to say about it?
Not a bit. Just I guess keep following me on Twitter. I guess.
Wasn't that funny?
You know what Toby always said: haters even make you money.
That wasn't that funny either.
Quality media laughs. I'll be clipping that off.
You'll be clipping that off?
It really wasn't funny, was it?
I didn't think so, but it's Bob Stoops and you're an Oklahoma podcast or radio show.
He's talking about Toby Keith, and even the haters make you money is what he was referencing. I think he sounds like he was a little confused as to why he was brought up, and the gentleman hosting the show found it to be amusing.
I give them credit. They were fishing. He didn't really bite, and they said, yeah. Anything else, Coach? Yeah, what do you think of that? They kept trying. He didn't drop a bomb there.
No.
But I think he thought it was cute, which is probably the ultimate insult. You didn't even make him mad. Right. He just sort of laughed at you.
He didn't care.
He didn't
I'm sure
care.
Coaches are used to ribbing each other that way. Sometimes when the cameras aren't on them and think nothing of it, I would imagine.
Right. It's not a real feud when the guy's been retired 8 years, and Oklahoma does sort of have the upper hand, both historically, and then the Stoops resume is pretty strong, so I don't think he cares.
He has been coaching in the UFL, so I didn't appreciate him not acknowledging that.
Oh, yeah. You mean Drink should have acknowledged his, or you're saying Stoops should acknowledge?
I mean, he's not retired. He's been coaching in the UFL.
Do you think this will affect the rivalry with the Battlehawks?
I do. I
didn't even think about it at first.
Doug thought about it.
Yeah, and I'm really upset by it. If you even hint at taking a shot at my Battlehawks, I don't know that I'm going to be able to control myself, frankly.
Good for you.
I think
because I'm so passionate about it.
The Hawk fans will be targeting him when Arlington comes to town.
Jackson?
Sounds right.
Doug?
Who knows? Who knows who he coaches?
The Renegades. I believe he's the head coach of the Arlington Renegades.
Wouldn't you rather be a major college coach than a XFL, WFL? What the hell is the name of the league
I honestly think it's less work, and that's why they do it. Yeah. I think Hazza told me the first year they gave him $500,000 to do it, and it was like a 4 or 5 month job.
Yeah,
and he was like, and they still like coaching and being around players and coaching them up.
But that's a far cry from the 7 or 8 million you'd make at a major school.
But I think they don't care about money at that point. So
it's not.
The greatest insult to drink is not to care. Stoops won, drink nothing. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Well, if you Google the clip, and I was looking last night, and there was lots of reaction to what Drinkwitz said, and one of them was, I think, a podcast, and it said, Drink destroys Bob Stoops.
Was that one of the Mizzou nationalists? Jackson follows a bunch of Mizzou nationalists, he calls them.
Tiger nationalists.
Tiger nationalists.
Yeah, those accounts, they're the ones who are saying, like, because Drink said, we're still in the playoff hunt, and they're like, Drink said it, he's right. Like, until we're out, we're out. I'm like, you gotta, let's back to reality, please. Snap back to reality. Shout out to Eminem. What are we doing? Like, so there's some Tiger nationalists out there that are, and that's a clickbait title kind of thing. Like, I'll look at this, and then he just talks about Bob Stoops.
Do you like that term, Tiger nationalist?
I kind of like it. Yeah, it's just amazing that a coach can say one little sentence about another coach, and then that becomes the media talking point for days afterwards.
I think you have to watch the video of Drinkwitz. Like, he had this plan, and he bites his tongue. If you watch this, and I don't know if it was a nervous reaction, like, all right, I just dug in on a guy who's won a national championship, here we go, or if it's like, I'm the smartest guy in the room. It's a weird maneuver. You have to watch it, because he does this.
If you're watching on YouTube, you've been handsomely
rewarded. The tongue out. Yeah.
But he's biting down on a folded tongue.
A lot of tongue work recently.
And I don't know what that move was, if it was a nervous tick or if it was, I got him. I just destroyed him.
Did you know when you joined the show that you'd be using your tongue this much?
Clip that off.
All right, drops of the week, Jackie.
We are looking for promo materials. And
now we got something. Drink is a cross between Woody Woodpecker and your friend's little brother who used to show up to pick up football games. That's from Milagro Tequila Texture of the Year, Arbor Day.
What's got people talking?
Yeah.
If he gets wins, and I know at this point in the year, he has wins over teams they absolutely should have wins over. But over the last 2 years, like, if he gets wins, you can put up with a lot of the nonsense. It's when you get blanked by Alabama or run through at College Station where it's like, then it starts to really wear thin. The trolling, I hope he's matured a little bit since the Darth Vader Florida press conference lightsaber. Like, anytime you bring in props to a press conference or your athletic director, you have big problems.
Sounds like a shot at Gallagher, the great prop comedian. Do you not have, I don't want to go against the alliance here, but do we not have the Brady Cook audio that I referenced yesterday on Frank's?
Doug.
I went back and listened to it again yesterday. I think he's going to play this weekend. If you listen to Brady Cook with Frank.
I'll be interested in wagering with you if you would like it to.
Okay. Did you listen to the audio?
I have.
Okay.
But
You think he's playing a game?
I also listened to the audio when he was asked about it following the Alabama game.
So you think this is just sort of team mantra?
This is the talking point.
So he's doing it to kind of cloud, we might have to be ready.
I think he's probably told to do it, which is understood. It's not like that's unique for programs, whether it be football, or hockey. And in this particular case, I think that Drew Pine is going to be, Doug, do you like the term under center?
I don't like that term, no.
Because they're not actually
under the center, no.
Well, they run a shotgun. They run a shotgun.
Right. I would say it's most likely, so I'd have to get some odds from Timmy over there. I'd have to get some odds.
I'll give you 1.25 to 1. Yeah, fair enough. You got to get up and walk away then.
I got my book right here. I'm ready to take the bet.
Didn't we bet $20 on something last week?
Oh, I think it was LSU Alabama.
Oh, really?
Because he
Doug, watch
loves
this.
love.
I love
No, you're using your
LSU.
tongue.
I told you. A lot of tongue work.
What is it with this?
It's good stuff.
And watch this. I love Georgia against Tennessee.
We'll go double or nothing. I'll take the Vols.
Will you really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. 100%.
Right, deal. We parlayed it.
Nice.
Okay.
I don't think we really parlayed it, but fine.
No,
That's fine.
Boy, I hope Nico plays now.
Uh-oh.
My big mouth.
Yep. Yeah, I'm shorting the Tennessee stock.
I want to. Lord knows I don't like Tennessee, but...
Yeah. I'm shorting the Tennessee stock. I'm a little confused by why the Tennessee stock is so high, and I don't have the hatred for Tennessee that you do.
Yeah, Georgia just looks so bad against Ole Miss. God, Carson Beck in particular looked really bad.
I like how you guys wager and you forget that you wagered, and then you don't remember what game it was on.
That's when you know you got a problem.
The only portion you remembered was the dollar amount. Hey, didn't we bet $20 on, what was it? Oh, yeah, who could hold their pee longer? And like, no, we bet on the LSU
Tim would win that one.
I have a terrible problem when I'm on the golf course that if I don't have money on it, I don't care. And it doesn't have to be anything that matters. It can be like a $10 NAS, and then I'm engaged. It's really not good. So, yes, we bet on something, I thought, but I really don't remember what it was.
And it was Bam LSU.
Was that right? No,
Yeah.
Then I guess I owe you 20. Somebody's going to have to pull the archives.
Well, then we double it up on
Well, I got to
Tennessee.
make sure that I owe you 20.
That's true.
But you were lukewarm on LSU, right? You weren't really sure.
Love.
There it is again.
Tigers.
Why did you do that, Doug?
Yeah.
Texter says Brady's got a broken wrist and no way that he plays Matan. Wow.
I only trust Larry Thornton when it comes to inside Missouri information, former
That's a good
KSDK
call.
producer.
Okay.
Well, if he has a broken wrist, he'd be out for the year. Wouldn't you just say, I'm out for the year? I'm done?
My guess is he would love to try to get out there one last time against Arkansas for the
I would
final home
think so,
game.
yeah.
But if he's got a broken wrist, I don't think that that's something. If you watch that interview that he did with Frank Cusimano on Sports Plus that you're citing and wanting the audio from, Martin, but apparently it's
not available?
Right. If you look really closely, it looks like he might have a little something under his shirt that would indicate some kind of device of sorts. I don't know if it would be brace.
He said they decided last Tuesday that he wouldn't be at noon. It was very specific. Noon last Tuesday that he would not be able to play.
Okay.
Hey, I hope he plays.
But they've got a good plan, he said. If you listen to it, I think Tim may be onto something, that it's a talking point, that they want to confuse people and make it sound like he's going to play, but they're not really intending that. I may have been duped, not stooped, but duped, that he sounds like a guy who's getting close to playing. That's what he sounded like. Maybe I got
Well,
played.
maybe it's just like a soft cast he's got on his wrist for another week.
Maybe
or so.
that's all part of the plan, to not throw the ball and trick South Carolina.
Or throw it left-handed.
And it'll all work out.
Caller Ellen has a couple observations in the Air Comfort Service text line. A couple observations. Roman numeral number 1, because I know Doug loves an outline.
We don't need an outline. Just tell us what you think.
Until Martin joined the show, Jackson hated to be called Jackie. What changed? Jackson?
Iggy called me Jackie like every day.
It is true, actually.
I
Was that more off-air? Jackie,
Yeah,
6
I
minutes,
guess.
because he would want to know how much time he had for his smoke breaks.
It's true. I don't like. I truly. You can call me whatever you want. If I had my druthers, I wouldn't be Jackie.
And your favorite film of all time is Call Me by Your Name?
No, but there is outstanding sexual energy in it.
And who's the sexual energy between?
Armie Hammer and Timothy Chalamet.
Doug?
Okay.
Guadagnino's got another film coming out this in December.
Don't say film. Just say movie.
Daniel Craig.
Martin's questioning the alliance right now. Martin, come on over to me and
2
Kurt.
movies this year. It's big.
Isn't Armie Hammer the guy who eats people?
Yeah, he's not aged well. There's some
he's not
allegations. I want to make the allegations of possible cannibalism.
Right.
But he was great in Call Me by Your Name. He played the Winklevi twins in Social Network.
Oh, did he?
Both of them.
And he was in love with Timothy Chalamet. Mm-hmm. And you love that film.
Italian countryside, bicycles, little vino.
Okay,
it's
stop it.
It's a nice little scenescape. I'm just saying.
And stop saying film. Can we say just movie like everyone else?
Movie film.
Okay, don't say film.
Doug, here's caller Ellen's Roman numeral 2. Doug, I love you so much, but I think you confuse the words antidote and anecdote.
I did.
End of outline. Love the show. That's caller Ellen.
As soon as I said that, I said, well, that was the wrong word. Although I didn't call Ellen and let her know that.
It is 7:35 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And Chairman Kurt taking your calls at 314-974-0101. You can stream the program anytime you want on the 101 ESPN app. And there's a TMA app as well that you can download. It's all presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. This is TMA, and the show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Common theme on a lot of our TMA advertisers over the years is customer service and accessibility, and we've got a new one to associate you with, and that is Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage, who's giving out his cell phone for you to call him. 314-324-4440. That's right, 314-324-4440. Or you can just Google the Bagel Loan if you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt. Maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go with any of these things. Well, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation, and you can do so on his cell phone, 314-324-4440. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast, like 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible, and he also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out as well. What is the Bagel Loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there are no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or just Google the Bagel Loan. It's Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues hockey tonight as they take on the Boston Bruins right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
nice.
Doug,
So nice.
the Mills brothers make their 101 ESPN debut. Hello again, everybody.
What took so long?
Yeah, Jackson, answer for that.
I'm playing it now.
What do you think of this, Martin?
Kind of catchy.
It's a great song.
I feel like Rich Gould might be in this quartet.
This is the Mills brothers.
Boo bop.
Muted trumpets.
Ba 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 dee da.
Licorice stick.
Doug played the liquor stick, Martin. I don't know if you did it in the getting to know your co-host show meeting.
I don't think you want to put that out there for this crowd.
Yep, they'll be texting in at 314-399-9646 or calling in Collier and Thompson phone lines. It's the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour here on TMA, a program presented to you by Brown and Croup. And Chairman Kerr, we have active phone lines. Like the day is long here, and you are welcome to call in and talk it over with the chairman. Let's see. We have Chris/Kyle.
Is he texting you the
That's how I find out who's on hold.
How else would we do it?
Yeah.
Isn't there a screen?
We have a great alliance, but we can't telepathically get it done.
Yeah.
We got Walt Frazier on the screen behind you.
Yeah, what about that?
Clyde.
Is that the great Fran Healy?
No, hitting Coach Chris is gone.
Doug's getting frustrated.
I don't mind batting tips on the show. I like that.
It was awful.
You missed it last week. He really wanted the Cardinals to start hitting from the belly button.
Yeah, you missed that while you were in Southern California. Assuming that you weren't live streaming from SoCal. Then who is it? Larry's on the line?
Larry's on line 1.
Okay. Is this Larry Nickel?
Yeah.
Oh, what a treat, Martin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Larry.
Morning, Larry.
Hello, Larry.
Good morning, guys. What's up?
Oh, hello, Larry.
You're a little early today.
Yeah.
You must be excited.
I was looking for a little bit more.
Just so you know, Larry's not the surprise guest.
He is not.
I was early last week, too.
Yeah. You've decided to move your segment up a little bit.
Drive time.
Well, then I'll be over in your guys' neck of the woods, St. Louis, so to speak, in about an hour.
What are you going to be doing here?
Something has to do with my mother.
Oh, I hope she's okay.
Yeah, indeed.
She is.
Okay. God bless America. Well, Doug didn't get a chance to watch WWE last night, so maybe you could recap him.
I will, but after I tell you why I texted Jackson.
Why, you texted Jackson?
I texted Jackson. Yeah, I told him I was going to have a hot take about the owner of the UFL, The Rock.
Go ahead.
He was on the cover of...
Are you on another call right now, Larry? Are you on another show at the same time?
No, I'm watching Martin's station now.
Oh, you acquired it.
Now I feel like a jerk. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Boy, Larry knows how to get you.
Turn us down and focus on the television, please.
No, I will not turn you guys down until I get done with this recap.
Okay.
But anyway, The Rock was on the cover of GQ, and he was also in a movie called Red One because of Santa Claus.
Okay.
That was my hot take about The Rock.
That's a hot take that he was in a movie?
Well, it's film talk for Jackie.
Okay.
Yes.
It's kind of a Sports Center update.
Okay.
Larry, you don't happen to have the top 5 countries in the world at your disposal, do you?
I didn't get a chance to talk about wrestling last night.
Cut that off.
Who has?
Well, a real quick update, a real quick rundown.
Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill defended the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions against Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez, and Jade and Bianca won the match.
Congratulations to them, Doug. That's kind of a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah, man, no one saw it coming. Nobody could have seen it coming.
Larry, the top 5 countries in the world.
Okay, number 5 will be Chile.
Huh.
Number 4 will be Ecuador.
Kind of in a region now.
Mm-hmm.
Number 3, Mexico.
Moving up.
Number 2, Canada. Number 1, United States of America.
Yeah,
That's a nice list.
Big week for the Western Hemisphere, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
I feel like he has a globe out. He just went straight up.
Larry, God bless you, and God bless these United States of America.
Yeah, God bless America.
Yeah,
All right, thank you,
Doug.
Nixie.
How about that?
Right.
I saw Larry, and I'm like, oh, we'll bring Larry to the program, and I didn't realize it was the WWE recap. Oh, so early, and yet oh, so informative.
It's good stuff.
Check it off the list. Got that taken care of.
I just like how we got like the rocks like last couple weeks, you know?
Hi, boys. I wanted to say with the move to 101, you will be getting much better pictures of listeners' wives. That's from the Swing Haven board member. Martin, you haven't experienced that yet.
Is that Steve? No.
No, I don't think he does it, but a number of the listeners like to send in pictures of their wives to the text inbox. You've just seen Mark McGuire's nether regions.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was last week scrolling through the text. I've just taken myself off the text line because it can be a bit distracting.
Yeah. But you'd be impressed by the wives, though. They all look like Victoria's Secret models. Every one of them.
Photoshopped right out of the Sears catalog.
No. We just have a lot of listeners who are studly gentlemen.
Matt Eberflus used to coach at Missouri. Did you realize that, Doug?
Yes, I remember Pinkel talking about it.
And now he's coaching in Chicago. It's not really going particularly well, and they're a little frustrated with him on Chicago sports radio. Yesterday, he was in the midst of doing an interview. Was he on The Score, Jackson? And the host, Martin, you remember Tough and Cool Sports Talk Radio?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, that's what we were coached up to do circa 2004. Take a listen as they get a little flustered with the Bears head coach.
Oh, no.
Coach, your cell phone's as bad as the offense right now.
Oh.
Right, we'll put them on hold and see if we can reestablish.
Damn.
I mean, come on, man. This is 2024. Can we get a freaking landline?
Oh.
What are we doing? Seriously. Get the man a phone that works, please. I mean, his phone line's as bad as Waldron's play calling. I mean, what are we doing?
Any answers there that suffice?
No, because he doesn't want to use the word crisis, but it is. If last week wasn't a crisis, you are in crisis. Kevin Byard says, I'm not going to go there when asked if these coaches could still, have the room. Cole Kmet 3 weeks ago was talking about the preparation. Jalen Johnson, DJ Moore. You're in crisis. Just say it. Yes, this is a freaking crisis, and we better close ranks and find a way to fix this. Because it's freaking embarrassing to have a charter franchise look that god-awful.
No.
Unprepared, uninspired, and it falls at his feet.
Oh.
It does.
Oh.
Say it.
Oh.
Did the coach call back? I'm going to guess no.
They got
Maybe in this town, so.
We are, compared to Chicago. The Bears got up to a 4-2 start and have lost their last 3, though. They're in a tough division.
But they're looking good. Nobody's playing better than the Patriots.
Right.
Saw it on Fox, too, on Sunday.
And it's a charter franchise. It'd be okay if it wasn't a charter franchise.
That's correct. Yeah. So say this were the Carolina Panthers, and they were trotting out a Heisman Trophy winner who would be struggling.
How many charter franchises are there?
The original 6?
Well, I know that in hockey, I don't know that people in football talk about charter franchises a lot.
I've never heard that.
I'm going to guess the New York Giants.
Yeah.
It's a great guess.
And Green Bay, I guess.
I think that's a nice play as well. I like the Pittsburgh play.
Are we going up to 6?
I think Buffalo's got to be live.
Well, that was an AFL
about Detroit?
squad.
Philly?
That was...
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'd say Philly. I think that's a good call.
Yeah, Browns.
This information is not available. We will all go home tonight, and we will look it up, and we will have the charter franchises for you on tomorrow's program.
They're the ones who have no excuses. I'm going to Chicago. Stand up. Yeah.
I got to tell you, my Chicago friends are just beside themselves because it's never safe to get excited about the team. And in Caleb Williams, by all accounts, Mike Martz is really critical of quarterbacks. I did an interview with him after the draft. He loved Caleb Williams. He says, good fit for Chicago. They got all excited, and now they're screaming about their charter. They're mad at everybody. They're in crisis mode, I believe.
Well, you won't say they're in crisis mode.
He won't say it, but we're not afraid to say it. Yeah. They're in crisis mode.
We'll say it right here on these
It
areas.
does. In that whole town, as much as they love the Hawks,
It's a Bears town.
That's all they care about year round. It really is. Even when they're just terrible, every show will spend 3 hours on the Bears, and they're just terrible. They're boring. They're uninteresting. I mean, it's been like that for a while.
A long time.
Fired Lovey after 10 wins. Got run out of there.
I have a list of what might be the charter teams, the 8 original NFL teams.
Nice. All right, okay. Who do we?
Chicago Bears, Chicago Cardinals, Green Bay Packers, New York Giants, Boston Braves, today's Washington team, Portsmouth Spartans, today's Detroit Lions, Staten Island Stapletons, and your Brooklyn Dodgers.
And the Stapletons are better than this franchise.
You just read like fan fiction?
I wouldn't mind getting a Stapletons jersey.
I like that.
Staten Island had a franchise
called the Stapletons.
This is 1932, I guess, when it first started.
When did we first lose a franchise? In the 20s?
Did the
Stapletons were here. We went and built them a new stadium. They got pissed off and left. We had the Stapletons.
We probably still had the Delmar Loop.
Wouldn't build the trolley. Lost him.
2 more
I didn't know those were the charter franchise.
That's what it says here.
I believe it.
Guys, I was at the Bears game on Sunday. Fire Eberflus could be heard throughout the stadium in the fourth quarter. That is from the hunchback of Vaughn Castle. Hey, Tim, you see my text about ice heads. I wouldn't mind stringing out Jackson's buddy, Sweet Sweet Kai, next time I'm inside him. That's from the recovering alcoholic.
Come on.
From Belleville and Webster Groves. Guys, I'm watching Martin on TV at the gym right now. Which one is the real one? The one on TV or the one on 101 ESPN?
This one is AI generated. Here.
You're not really here.
The TV, I'm there right now. I do get texts from friends, oh, you're up early. I'm like, they replay that every morning.
Yeah. It's a hologram.
You do that at 10:35.
Well, no, they just clip off.
Oh, they do?
The 10:20 sports, I believe. So you have to be careful not to say today, tonight.
Yeah.
Say Tuesday, Monday. Don't say today, tomorrow.
This is like journalism school right here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, class.
For a while, I had to do that like at 10:35 and turn every tonight into last night's.
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Yeah. Good to see you. Actually try to fool people into thinking that I'm there at 5 in the morning.
Martin, would you like to tell the people about the wonderful folks at Mentality? They're online at lowtusa.com.
Yeah, if you don't have the energy to scream at your local football team, if you don't have the energy to call out the coach whose phone drops, maybe you need to check your testosterone. LowTUSA.com is where you can do that, talking about mentality health. If you've lost your edge, maybe you were a sports host and you used to scream at everybody. Now you just don't have the energy. Get it back. St. Louis needs you to have that sort of energy. Focus, that drive. And in all seriousness, we're talking about low T. It's happening now, younger and younger. It's going in the wrong direction. So it doesn't matter what your age is. Get yourself checked out at Mentality. In-person visits. This is nothing that's happening online. The physicians here have treated over 25,000 men, all FDA approved. Figure out what the plan is that makes sense for you. What is your focus? Want to gain some muscle, lose some weight, deal with mood swings, that fatigue, that low energy. It's not just the weight room or the bedroom. We're talking about getting things done on a daily basis. You need your energy. Get your testosterone checked. They'll do a complete panel, your entire blood work, and figure out what gets you back in the game. You can visit Mentality Health by simply going to lowtusa.com.
There it is. You're welcome to get involved in the program. Call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, and text into the Air Comfort Service. Text line 314-399-9646. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt answering your calls. John Kelly with us on the Blues and the Bruins tonight. It's all coming your way on TMA. Presented to you by Brown & Rubin. Fourth base. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis actor, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Jamie Burkhardt. Put a subwoofer. Put a subwoofer. Put a subwoofer in my whip. All you have to do is text him at 314-252-0029. He'll put a subwoofer in yours, too.
He'll do it personally? The guy, the co-owner of the dealership?
He loves
come on,
subwoofers.
put the subwoofer in.
That's right.
Giant speaker in your trunk.
I guess he climbed his way from the bottom all the way up to the
That's
top.
exactly
so
right. But he
knows how
still loves the subwoofer.
Yeah.
The dealership was built on subwoofers. It's Munganess, sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. And you hear Munganess, you go, there's Munganess dealerships all over the place. I'll look forward to working with him.
How's that spelled?
A-H.
We're talking about Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the dealership that opens up their phone number to our listeners to text or call 314-252-0029. Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, sponsor the 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, Chairman Kurt answering the phone lines, and we have got John Kelly coming up as the Blues take on the Bruins this evening, and Martin's got another surprise guest booked at 9:30 on the Callier and Thompson phone.
This one's necessary. We went through this earlier. Nonsense or necessary? This one's necessary.
So what would Keith Kachuk, the inaugural, would he have been nonsense or necessary?
He was nonsense.
What was Calvin May? Necessary.
Necessary.
Right. Okay.
Someone had to answer.
An idea.
Someone had to answer about that.
I don't want to give things away. I think I may have just had a tell there. Next week's will be nonsense. High-level nonsense.
Wow.
Very high-level
You booked these a couple weeks out now.
Well, sometimes people are available, Doug, and sometimes they're not.
I see.
Hey, that sounded like Producer Joe a little bit.
I don't want to bury the lead. I was driving back from Illinois yesterday. I was over at Offenburg Hyundai. I'm coming back over the bridge. There's a giant billboard, and it says Timmy's Tours. And
I'm doing tours now.
And I read the billboard in your dad's voice. I was driving along by myself, and I looked up, and it said, Timmy's Tours. Just wherever you'd like to go. He'll drive. He sits on a phone book, but he drives you all over town. Timmy's Tours is a thing.
What are they touring?
Are you aware of this?
I am not aware of it, but I'm pleased to own it.
It's on the bridge, Poplar Street Bridge. Giant billboard that says Timmy's Tours.
Timmy's Tours.
Yes.
And it's nothing specific. It's just a guy named Timmy who will drive you around town.
It's a real. I don't think it's just a guy named Timmy. It's an actual bus company for your next trip.
Where would you take him on a tour? You go to the Arch and then where?
Timmy would take you to he'd drive you just circle around Francis Park probably.
Yeah. Hey, there's St. Gabriel. Hey, there's Hope Mark.
I just don't know what you'd be touring. I love my home, but I just don't know what you'd be touring.
I think you'd go on like a trip to Herman or Mizzou game, I'm assuming. Have you guys never been on a
So it's like a private charter company, or are they actually giving tours?
I'm looking it up.
Okay.
Timmy's Tours, luxury tours, charter buses, and shuttles.
Okay.
They're out of Moequa, Illinois.
Oh, nice.
M-O-E-Q-U-A-A. Timmy's Tour. They got a giant billboard.
It's hard to find work in Moequa. You got to come up with your own business. He came up with a tour.
And it's got a little shamrock on there. Guided tours, charter bus service. So our next big outing, fellas, let's get Timmy's
Tours.
Yeah.
Guided tour of St. Louis.
Seems like an easy partnership.
There's a picture on the web. They're all at Times Square.
Oh, wow. So they'll take you all the way up there. What is that, a 14-hour drive?
If Timmy wants to go to Times Square, it's best you just ride along.
Could you imagine buying tickets for two with random people for a bus trip to New York?
Oh.
And then they take you on a tour when you get there?
Maybe they schedule the flight for you.
If it's like a travel agency, that would make sense. But if it's like you could just get a seat on this bus to New York, that sounds
God,
awful.
just shoot me.
When I founded Timmy's Tours in 2006, I dreamed of providing a Central Illinois with amazing travel opportunities. God bless you and safe travels, Timmy.
There he is.
That's what it says.
Now, I see in the YouTube chat it's being spelled T-I-M-I.
Yes.
Huh.
I left that
Like
out.
Drew Timmy?
T-I-M-I. And he signs it Timmy.
They also do a mystery day trip. You can just
Mystery day trip.
starting at 169. You don't even know where you're going.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's right up there with the surprise. I'll load up the bus with all the surprise guests, and we'll go on a little trip.
Good job sitting next to Calvin May.
Jesus, what is this?
John Kelly is going to join us. Blues and Bruins bounce-back night tonight at Enterprise Center. We'll get his perspective. That's coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The program is known as The Morning After, and this is 101 ESPN. Doug, what's going on?
I don't know. Silence. We usually get nice music.
Wonderful music. Acoustic Sessions, the Mills Brothers.
We're falling apart here.
I had music. I had music, and I'm playing it. And it's
Glowworm again wouldn't be the worst choice.
Technical difficulties. My bad. On YouTube, it sounds no different because it's usually aux off, so that we don't get copyright infringement. But that sucks because I definitely had music. It was Boy Foy. I hate to spoil it, but it was Boy Foy by Joshua, and now it's not playing.
It's the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The segment has started. Jackson just didn't play the audio. And I've never seen Doug. We've been working together on this show for 17 years. I've never seen you so angry.
This is as mad as I've ever been, really, about anything, I think. Nothing's ever stuck in my craw like this is going to for a long, long time. It's like cockleburr in my saddle.
Hey, we're back.
We're back.
Wait, now we heard that, didn't we?
I know. I had a different... See, this is... Who was it yesterday? Mitch Kumstein? This is exactly the problem, is that...
Hold on a second. Out of nowhere, Mitch Kumstein was just weaved into the Jackson's grievances.
This is... He complained about the return music, so I tried to play more and more, and then I told you...
So Mitch Kumstein is now in charge?
No. God, no. But he complained, so I tried to appease...
But Mitch Kumstein was the only one who complained.
Well... one complaint is better than zero. And
Martin, what does that mean? Martin's leaving the alliance. I can already see it.
That's fine. I work better just on my own.
The lone wolf is out.
Wow. I wanted you to fight for the alliance.
This is the problem, is that you might end up with a dry bed. Welcome to the dry bed.
Dry bed.
Yeah.
Did you just create a drop? Welcome to the dry bed.
Damn.
Let's see what we got in the YouTube chat. Timmy's Tours will be quite the podcast experience. That's John Cusick, not Cusack, Doug. Toy Maltese Mafia family says the smiles are so much bigger right now than normal. I guess he's observing that we're smiling more than we did in the past. I don't know. Jackson's Awful Dossier says, oh, awesome. Just started listening to catch another few hours of blues talk. So he's not happy with blues talk. Tiny PP says, big Blues till tonight. Blues will look to lose by less than 7 goals. Walrus King responds to Jackson's Awful Dossier. Would you like some WNBA talk? And Jackson's Awful Dossier says, honestly, yes. Jake Reynolds says, God, no. Please, no. Doug, the listeners are arguing over the topics on the program.
They don't like the content.
And Jackson's Awful Dossier is not happy with Blues conversation.
I don't like that name. I don't like that name one bit. I think the dossier is great. I think it's load bearing. It holds this show up.
Load bearing. I'm new here, so the question is, do we do airing of grievances every day, or is it just on occasion?
I think you can air anytime you have a grievance. Okay. And if that's daily, then so be it. Do you have a grievance?
No, I'm just upset that it's not on the log every day. I feel
wow, this alliance is falling apart.
I feel like
enjoy it, lone wolf.
I feel like it would be a good segment, even for listener involvement. You want to engage, because they cycle on and they cycle off.
That's right. They do.
Although you guys have weirdos that listen the entire show. So
no, when you say you guys, it's first person now. You're second personing it.
We'll see how it goes.
You're going to drop out of the alliance and the program? One thing at a time, baby.
They're opening at the bowl.
No, you can air your grievance. I'll put it in the log every day somewhere.
I love Jackie. I'm just kidding. It's fine.
But I like the airing of grievances. I like people.
I do like that.
It's good to talk these things out. Doug aired the grievance about rental cars yesterday.
Right. Don't let it fester.
It was cathartic, was it not?
It was.
Yeah. So this is good stuff.
Some are saying Jackie is washed. That's from the River to Perry yacht captain.
I'm 26. How can I be washed? If I'm washed now, I'm screwed.
What does that mean?
It means washed up, useless. I can't be 26 and washed. That's a problem. I should be hitting my stride now.
You're close
celebrating
to your prime.
4 years in a month.
Right.
4 years in radio.
Is that right?
And December 7th, Pearl Harbor Day.
What about that, Doug? What are we going to do for Jackson's 4th anniversary?
I don't know. A pie of some kind? No, you don't eat pie.
No hot fruit, please. I like key lime pie, though.
Pumpkin pie?
You know, I've never tried it. But I plan on trying it this year.
This is going to be the big year.
I'm going to try it.
Big announcement here on TMA. Oh, what was it? Jackson's going to try pumpkin pie in a couple weeks. Oh,
you've got a full day off. What pie are you eating? Any pie?
It's aesthetically pleasing, that pumpkin pie.
What do you eat on Thanksgiving?
Turkey. I eat like the regular food.
What about dessert?
Yeah, what about pumpkin pie?
I kind of just like dinner roll and gravy is kind of a pretty good dessert, if you ask me.
That's not dessert.
Doug, are you happy he's not in our alliance?
Pecan pie?
No thanks.
Never had,
but I will. I'm going to try pumpkin pie this year for the first time.
Okay, I think
maybe
you'll
on
like
the show it'd be a bit. We'll get it sponsored.
Can't eat that.
Sketches.
Early. I don't want to eat that early.
What about bits?
I do like a nice bit, but no, I plan on trying it. But outside of that, pies I'm out on.
It's just warm fruit.
Just hot fruit, man. Not for me.
How about lemon meringue pie?
Ugh, no. Cooked lemon is the worst of them all. Lemon bars, you can throw those right in the garbage. What do you mean? What happens when you put it in the oven?
Lemon meringue pie is kind of cold.
Oh, lemon meringue pie. Okay, I thought like lemon bars. Super out on. No, thank you.
Super out.
Yeah.
I'm with
For
you on
Piddle's
that.
anniversary, can you guys do a remote at Hot Shots with 5 listeners?
No.
That's a beer can.
Never again. No. 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 God, that was bad. That was like my 3rd week. And it was just me, Tim, Jay Jr., and like 6 listeners.
Was it a COVID crowd? Is that part of it?
Yes.
Management, I know you were a big fan of that team.
Oh, God.
Had decided that Doug and Iggy were too vulnerable to COVID,
of their age.
So they could send me and Jackson and Jennings Randolph Jr. out there and fend for ourselves.
It was a hurtful time when you would get emails at work, Doug, the TV side. only essential employees should be in the building. And then I'd get a separate email saying I could stay home. And I said, I guess I'm not essential.
Not bad, though.
John Kelly's going to join us on the other side of the break. Blues and Bruins tonight. Pregame here on 101 ESPN at 6 p.m. You can always listen on the 101 ESPN app to this program. And that app is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service, those doors that break over the weekend. So if that garage spring breaks over the weekend, you know Schaefer Door will be there on Monday morning for you. They set aside the time for customers. TMA listeners, they've set up a number for you specifically, 636-782-3608. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company online at schaeferdoor.com. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master authorized dealer. John Kelly joining us on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And we welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, John Kelly with us. Good morning, John.
Hey, Tim, how are you today?
I am wonderful. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens tonight as the Blues attempt to bounce back from the Saturday night debacle. Did you notice anything different relative to the other 8-1 loss earlier in the season, just 11 days earlier? Did you see that one as different against the Caps versus the Senators?
Yeah, I really did, Tim. To me, the Ottawa game was a game where from the opening face-off, the Blues did not play well, and Ottawa was on their game, and the Blues were never in it. That really wasn't the case on Saturday against Washington. It's 1-1 after 1, and the Blues are outscored 2-0 in the second, but they outshot Washington 11-4. So the Capitals scored 2 goals on 4 shots. But you're still in the hockey game. It's 3-1 after 2. And then, for whatever reason, the Blues just had no pushback in the third period. Washington scored a couple of rather easy power play goals, and the game is over. So I did see a big difference, but an 8-1 loss is still an 8-1 loss. Let's face it. And now you got to bounce back. The good news is if you win tonight, then you have a 3-2 homestand. And it's not, obviously it's not perfect, but 3-2 is pretty good. And I think that's the way you have to look at it. The Blues had a practice yesterday. It was very upbeat and spirited. They've changed the lines a little bit. But I think you have to learn from that. But the biggest disappointment to me was the third period when the Blues didn't have much fight back and surrounded those 5 goals in the third period.
John, I heard Jamie Rivers say this on 101, said that the Blues have yet to score a power play goal at home, but offense in general has sort of been lacking. Mixing up the lines is always worth a shot. What do you see as far as the lacking offense? What can they do?
Well, the facts are, though, since Robert Thomas went down, the Blues are only down half a goal a game. To me, the bigger issue is defensively. If you're going to give up 5 goals in a period and 8 goals in a game, and as you said, they've done it now twice in 11 days, it doesn't really matter how many goals you score. You're not going to score 9. We know that. So, they did switch the lines up, and it looks like Matthew Joseph will return tonight. So that's great news. He will probably play with Holloway and Shen. So, a lot of speed on that line. Buchnevich back at center ice. And, the coaches are working hard, and they're trying their best to find the combinations that'll work. They've switched lines quite a bit in the last couple of weeks. And you have to do that because when you're stale or not scoring up to your potential, you just got to try something. So I still like, the speed on this team, and Matthew Joseph will increase that. So hopefully they can get some goals tonight. And again, the other thing is they're playing from behind. It seems every night they've allowed the first goal in 7 straight games. So, it'd be nice to give the guys a break and get a 1 or 2 goal lead instead of having to chase the game. So I think that's another issue as well.
They've got the Bruins tonight. Boston's 500, 7-2. Are they maybe not quite as good as they've been in recent years?
Well, on paper they aren't. Last year they were a very good team, and they won in the first round against Toronto. So, I think they're a good team. They're basically the same team as a year ago. They lost their backup goaltender Ullmark to Ottawa, but I haven't seen a lot of their games. But I think they'll be there at the end. Jim Montgomery is a good coach, and Brad Marchand is probably a future Hall of Famer. He's a kind of guy that can get under your skid, but also score some goals. So. I think they're a good team, and for whatever reason, they're off to an average start, as you said. But, the amazing thing, looking at the rosters, there are now only 9 players left from Game 7 on both teams, 5 by Boston and 4 by the Blues, and that doesn't count Torrey Krug, who's out for the year. So it's pretty amazing how much roster turnover both teams have had since 19.
John, the Hockey Hall of Fame had their inductions on Monday night. Jeremy Roenick, part of that class. Pavel Datsyuk, Shea Weber among them. But I was looking at Roenick's numbers, 513 career goals. We always talk about the American players and getting over 500 goals. So I was looking at Big Walt. Keith Tkachuk had 25 more goals in the career, 538 versus Roenick's 513. And Walt played in 162 less games. Now, Roenick had more playoff appearances, more all-star games. I'm just wondering, at some point, you think, Walt, I know he didn't have a playoff moment or an extended run. Do you think Tkachuk is at least knocking on the door, Hall of Fame-wise, with his numbers?
Well, I think he has to. I mean, you just laid it out pretty well that, he actually has better numbers than Roenick. So, there are a lot of guys that are probably on the fringe of getting into the Hall of Fame. Alexander McGillney. A lot of people have felt for years that he should be in the Hall of Fame. I got to believe that based on his numbers and the facts that, during his tenure as an NHL player, he was one of the very best power forwards in the NHL. And that's what I look at. I think you can get caught up in numbers and things like that because the numbers change and the games change over the decades. But I think if you look at a player and say, was he one of the very best at his position and his role? And if you can answer affirmatively, then I think that really goes a long way into say, well, he's either a Hall of Famer or he's not. And if I look at Big Walt, I say he was one of the very best power forwards in the game. He has the numbers to back it up. So I think at some point he should get in the Hall of Fame.
Blues and Bruins tonight, pregame 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. John Kelly with us on the program, giving us his opinions on the state of things going into tonight's festivities, coming off of the 8-1 loss to the Caps. John, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much. I think we're having a phone issue.
It might be Matt Eberflus's phone.
Has been
Matt
on loan
to the
John Kelly on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on the Blues and the Bruins. It is 8:25 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt has put together, Doug, the road to Missouri actually getting into the college football playoff. This would be recommended YouTube watching because, Martin, he has laid it out on, what do you call it, the big board? Is that the big
magic
board?
wall.
Yeah,
the magic wall. John King and the magic wall.
We're going to have that,
There's
Chairman Kurt. There is actually a path. Ben Fredrickson, friend of the show, wrote a column about Eli Drinkwitz talking about the playoffs this morning in the Post-Dispatch. Chairman Kurt has done the research to give you the proper path. We are going to have that for you on the other side of our commercial break. You are listening to The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Being a member of a credit union means you are one of the owners of the bank. If the bank makes money, that means the owners take it away. But if you're in the credit union, you share the profits with your other credit union members. Talking about Together Credit Union all around the St. Louis area, 14 in the metro area. And right now they're offering the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. How cool is that? The St. Louis Zoo partnering with Together Credit Union. Every time you make a purchase, they round up, meaning Together Credit Union does the rounding up, shares that money with the zoo to help them further their mission, which includes the growth at St. Louis Zoo's Wild Care Park. That's going to be in North St. Louis County, opening in 2027. Part of the zoo's expansion, and the Together Credit Union is helping them. And when you have that debit card, you get discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, all of that and more. If you sign up before the end of the year, you'll also receive a Sea Lion plush toy with your St. Louis Zoo debit card. How do you get it? Simple. Stop by any of those 14 metro area locations or go online. It's togethercu.org/zoo to get the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. You make purchases and the zoo makes money.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. That's right. The Cleveland Cavaliers are 12-0 after defeating the Chicago Bulls 119-113. Donovan Mitchell with 36 points and 8 rebounds. Everything this Kenny Atkinson touches turns to gold. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, I didn't just hear everything this Kenny Atkinson touches turns to gold during a SportsCenter update on 101 ESPN in St. Louis, Missouri, home of the Blues, home of the Cardinals, home of City, home of the Battlehawks.
Thank you.
And these are the updates we get.
Home of Doug's replacement,
big
Josh Schertz.
Oh,
The Billikens, rah, rah, rah. Home of the team that vanquished Eastern Washington.
That's right. That's right. The uniforms look great.
And Brad Underwood. I do like the uniforms.
Quick take, yeah, they look really good.
ILL and Brett Bielema. Missouri and Illinois on a collision course in the Citrus Bowl.
Mm-hmm. Will Mizzou agree to play him? Could be like Kansas in 2022.
We take Christmas off around here.
Chairman Kurt has actually laid out the road from Missouri into the college football playoff, and he has charts and graphs. Eli Drinkwitz was on with whom talking about this? Where's this audio from?
It's SEC Network. I'm pretty
is that
sure.
right? Okay. Yeah. So he's saying that any 10-2 team in the SEC should be in the college football playoff. Take a listen, Martin.
Any team that in the SEC that finishes with 10 wins on their season should be in the playoffs. I don't think there's really any doubt in my mind about that. So I don't know how many are going to get there because there's a lot of games left to be played. But it feels like every game we play in the SEC is a playoff game. There was a comment by a couple of coaches in our group chat about, the SEC added Texas and Oklahoma, which are two of the premier teams in college football that win Big 12 championships. I think Oklahoma's got the most conference championships in college football, and they're just an unbelievable traditional program. And some of these other conferences added Group of 5 schools. And so when you talk about strength of program, strength of conference, top to bottom, I don't think there's any doubt top to bottom. And I know this will really upset Danny Cannell because he's not a huge SEC defender. But top to bottom, when you add OU and Texas to our league and you add Vanderbilt as a bowl team right now, I don't think top to bottom there's any other conference that can even touch us. And I know this will really upset Danny's playoff take, but that's my personal opinion. We're going to go play a South Carolina team that's got more NFL potential on defense than just about anybody we've played outside of Oklahoma and Alabama. And, so it's a challenge.
Well, that Danny Cannell taking shrapnel.
Danny Cannell on Monday, Bob Stoops on Saturday, and that was on the SEC Network, of which Danny Cannell is not an employee. But I appreciate the perspective, and I don't know who would necessarily dispute that top to bottom, the SEC is the top conference.
Is that new information?
I don't believe it is. The issue is not all 10-2s are created equally, and this is coming from somebody who
yelled ball on Saturday night
and stood up and yelled ball when Zion Young created the scoop and score to win the game. So my obligation to the audience is to call a ball, and a strike, and not all 10-2s are the same. For example, Georgia or Florida had two of the most ridiculous schedules this year in the SEC, and if Georgia finishes 10-2, it's a hell of a lot different than Missouri's 10-2.
Yeah, Missouri's not playing for the top 5 SEC
What makes you say
teams
that?
this year. Well, you got Tennessee, Texas, Georgia, and Ole Miss, and Mizzou doesn't have to play any of them.
That's what you say.
Yeah,
stop tweeting during the game.
The schedule's on my side on this.
You got no clue.
They played
You
UMass.
got no clue.
Yep, Georgia plays UMass, Martin.
Do you think Mike Kelly's saying, "How do you like that?" was for Tim? Do you think he was asking, "How did you like that?"
Well, I liked it a lot. I was standing up yelling ball.
Well, I wondered if he was asking you, "How do you like that?"
Well, good news for those who disagree with him is Chairman Kurt has created with placards. I guess we got to get him hashtag on cam.
I'm trying to slide out of my camera.
Come into the Valley of the Sun over here.
Yeah, we've even closed the blinds and And Jackson still is leading.
Okay, KG has charts, graphs. If you're watching on
get
TV.
on the YouTube.
His handwriting is very good, too.
Yes.
That is wonderful. When he sent that to me yesterday, I go, is that your handiwork? Because
it's unbelievable.
What, Doug, do you call that handwriting or penmanship?
Penmanship.
Yeah.
Damn near calligraphy.
All right,
really
all right. So Mizzou's path to chaos.
He's
Chairman
proud of that sign, too.
Is on the YouTube. Number one, Mizzou must run the table in its final 3 games for any of this to be possible. Even then, nothing is guaranteed. Here you go. This is the road. They must make it to the SEC championship game, and Chairman Kurt already can tell you who the opponent will be. Tennessee.
Okay.
How does this happen? Tennessee wins out. They win in Athens this Saturday, and they also beat Vanderbilt.
That could happen. Both those things are likely.
All right, there you go, Doug.
Okay.
Now, hold on a second. Hold on a second before we go any further. I love
Don't do that with your tongue.
Georgia this weekend against Tennessee. Now, next, Texas A&M loses to War Damn Eagle.
That won't happen.
And Texas.
That could happen.
All right.
50-50 on that one.
The War Damn Eagle may be problematic.
Yeah.
They play War Damn down in the plains, though, if I'm not mistaken. Then Texas loses at Arkansas.
Yes.
I would tell you that's actually possible if I'd feel better about it if it were a night game, but they got the 11 o'clock. They live to play Texas and Arkansas. I'm telling you, somebody who experienced that when I was down there, they played Texas in the Cotton Bowl, and it was the biggest damn thing ever.
You're saying Arkansas gets up for this big time?
Oh, my God. It is a huge deal.
Okay, then it's going to happen.
Texas loses at Arkansas and versus Kentucky.
Yeah.
And then they beat Texas A&M.
They'll do that.
All right.
Okay.
Jackie is pretending to circle the graph.
Well, I want to make sure people know where we are.
This is kind of a Vanna White presentation here.
Georgia loses to Tennessee. That's been established in the first line.
But you love Georgia.
But I love. Doug's not even looking over anymore. Look at that tongue. Look at that tongue. He has the tongue of a hummingbird.
We got a bunch of lizards in here.
I'm like a foot away from it, too.
All right. Next up. Hottie Toddy loses at the Swamp. I think that's possible.
Yeah. Especially if DJ Alagwe plays.
Or in the Egg Bowl. I don't know so much about that one.
God, I don't know.
That's against Mississippi State, for the record. And then Alabama loses to Auburn in the Iron Bowl.
Probably not.
We're really going to need War Eagle to turn it on, Doug.
Yeah, we're big friends of Auburn.
We need Cam Newton to check eligibility. And then LSU loses at Florida or versus Vanderbilt. And then Missouri plays Tennessee in Atlanta.
Tiger, fight for old Mizzou. Yes. Fight behind you. Everyone is with you. Win the game. I forget the lyrics at that point.
How do you like that? Those graphics.
Hold on a second. Look at this, Mark. There's more chats and graphs.
There's more.
So, what do we root for in Week 12? We're operating the premise that there are people who are doing this.
Yes.
Arkansas to beat Texas.
Woo pig.
Utah beats Colorado.
Yeah.
Now we're going Big 12.
What's that got to do with it?
That's the other path, which is
there's another path.
B path.
We have multiple paths.
Far less likely, but keep your eye on it, though.
Utah beats Colorado. Virginia beats Notre Dame.
That won't happen.
Florida beats LSU.
Not likely.
Arizona State beats Kansas State. That is possible. Yeah. And Tennessee beats Georgia.
That's possible.
But I love.
Okay, stop with that.
I don't want to be the wet blanket, but
But you're gonna be.
And all of the great work there with the markers, and they probably went to the Art Mart and picked up these beautiful posters. Mm-hmm. I believe the entire premise is built upon Missouri going 3-0.
Oh no! Don't you dare!
Can we talk on Monday? Don't rip up the charts and graphs, but it's all predicated. Coach Drink, by the way, gave Oklahoma a nice shout out there in that call. Very great program. We'll circle back. I'm going to say Mizzou doesn't go 3-0. And therefore, and God bless Kurt and his family allowing him time to spend on just that.
Oh, no, that's just me. There's nobody telling me what I can and can't do.
Okay, well then good. You spent your own time doing that, which I appreciate. I enjoyed the charts and the graphs.
Charts and graphs.
I don't think Mizzou is going 3-0 the rest of the way. Sorry.
I'm
not a true son. I'm sorry.
They are 11.5-point dogs now.
Oh, it's improving.
Yeah, 11.5-point dogs. And we're operating on the premise that Brady Cook will not be playing. Martin thinks there's a chance, though.
I got sucked in. That Channel 5, they got me again.
Is it
Stay
possible
tuned, and we'll tell you what's cooking. And then Brady Cook comes on, and I'm like, oh, I think he's going to play.
Is it possible they're hinting that he might play just so you continue to watch the Channel 5 interviews every Sunday night?
Yeah.
Martin just had a self-realization. Didn't Tim love LSU last week? You better believe I loved LSU last week. Now, at the same time, I did love Texas A&M against LSU 2 weeks before that. And my 2 plays, season-long plays at the beginning of the year, Jackson, we talked about it quite a bit on TMA and probably even more so on Balloon Party. What were my 2 season-long plays that I dug? Hold on, look at me.
I don't like that.
Definitely Missouri under 9.5.
Yes, Missouri under 9.5 wins, and
Georgia under 10.5.
That's correct. Yeah. And we've already cashed 1 ticket, and Martin certainly thinks we're going to be cashing the other ticket. Now, they loved me on Tiger Board last year when I loved Missouri 6.5 wins over. Now, I didn't think it was going to lead to 10-2 regular season. And I hated this year saying that I loved Missouri under 9.5. And while I loved them under 9.5, and it has not happened yet, for the record, I liked that even more than I liked Missouri over 6.5 last year. The Georgia one struck me as obvious, and it wasn't because I thought Georgia would be down. Their schedule is so damn brutal, and they still have Tennessee to come this week.
Yeah.
And Georgia Tech, who beat Miami this past weekend. They still got to play them, too. So in addition to having to go to Alabama and go to Austin, Texas, they just had a brutal schedule with Clemson on a neutral site and Tennessee in Athens. So that's the reasoning. It's a lot schedule-oriented. Or I looked at last year's Missouri team, and I go, man, that was super fun, but there were some things that happened that maybe gave local fans a little more optimism than was perhaps deserved, and they were awfully leveraged on a couple of players, as we have seen play out over the last few weeks.
Did Drink say they have a group text, the coaches?
That's what I was going to mention.
I thought that was interesting. Because
he talks about that all the time.
I can only imagine if they have a separate group text.
I don't know if there's a lot of Shane Beamer, Eli Drinkwitz interaction in the group text.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a separate group text where they don't have him on there when they want to say other things.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, fly on the wall. Like, where would you rather, is there a better group chat that you could be added to just to be a voyeur than the SEC coaches group chat? Like Brian Kelly sending dancing memes and stuff. Like, that sounds like a lot of fun.
I would like to see that. He does that to you?
I don't know. I'd like to see what the group chat looks like.
All right, hack into it.
No one can see the charts because 101 can't get some damn curtains for the studio.
Oh.
You couldn't see that? When Chairman Kurt was doing
there's
charts
a little
and graphs?
glare. I mean, as you can see, I kind of am squinting.
And we have it closed, and you're still squinting.
Well, the sun's bright.
One panel there is kind of open.
That's a fickle mistress, that sun.
The line of the day was the person who said, you guys are a bit like the Cowboys Stadium, where the sun is blinding the players, and Jerry Jones defended it by saying, we know exactly where the sun's going to be. So, apparently we don't.
Yeah, this didn't happen when we were by the bathroom because we didn't have any windows.
No, we didn't.
You are tanning on the right side of your face right now.
Yeah, that is nice. You're bronzing.
No, this never happened before. But the way I look at it is that the 12-team playoff ideally would have the Group of 5 champion. It would have 3 spots divvied up between the Big 12 and the ACC. So one of them gets 2, one of them gets 1.
Oh, wow.
And then 4 and 4 to Big 10 and SEC. The problem with that, especially this year, is in South Bend, Indiana.
Fighting Irish. Plus 1,700 to win the whole thing, Martin, if you want to get some action.
Because the Big 10 is getting 4 in. They're going to have 3 one-loss teams and 1 undefeated team.
One of you boys sent me a link this morning that has Indiana being left out.
I don't see a world in which a one-loss team in the Big 10 could be left out.
The issue is, and I actually could see it, is how do you put Indiana in when their best win is going to be against, Michigan?
Yeah, probably. And
then you keep out Ole Miss, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean,
beaten Georgia and beat the hell out of South Carolina on the road.
Yeah. Yeah,
and they lost in the final seconds against LSU and Baton Rouge.
Yeah.
But then they got the home loss to Kentucky. And then do you keep Tennessee out if they get worked over by Georgia, which a number of people in the studio love. And also the loss in Fayetteville. What about Alabama? Does the loss to Diego Pavia in Nashville in the first weekend of October come back to haunt them, Doug?
Now, why is that funny? Why is that so funny?
Because Vanderbilt will have an impact on the college football playoff.
Okay. Well, what did we do to them, Tim? We took care of them.
Yep.
Sure did.
At our house.
Yep.
Murray State, 51-0.
Took care
Thank
of
you very
them.
much.
Yep.
Buffalo, 38-zip.
So that's the thing is, and then SMU kind of also throws a wrench into all of it because when I say 3 spots divvied up between the ACC and Big 12, I'm thinking the Big 12 getting 2 spots, like Colorado and BYU, as opposed to SMU and Miami.
I think a BYU team that would lose in the Big 12 championship game to Colorado, I think the Big 12 would then get 2.
Right, but then I think only
BYU would have a much better resume win-wise than Indiana, even though I've adopted the Hoosiers.
I definitely agree there. But then are you giving another spot to like an SMU if they are to run the table? You know, that's where it gets confusing.
Well, then I'm operating on the premise that SMU wins the ACC.
Right. And then are you leaving out Miami or Clemson?
I think that there is a good case that would happen. I mean, Clemson would be a 2-loss team with a big home loss against Louisville, and Miami would be a 1-loss team. They'd be a 2-loss team at that point. What I think is going to be really intriguing in this thing, and this is where I think anarchy is going to go down, is when teams lose in their conference championship and that is held against them. That is the thing that I think you're going to see.
Yeah.
And Missouri fans might go, yeah, that happened against Oklahoma in 2007. Otherwise, Missouri would have been in the national championship game. But I think that, because then people are going to go, well, we don't want to win our conference, we don't want to get in the conference championship game because it's going to keep us out of the playoff.
Totally, yeah. And it's almost like they need to set the playoff or the 12 teams before the conference champions game.
Well, how do you do that? Because you get the buys by winning the conference championship.
Right, so like you obviously use the auto buys, but like you have to, because otherwise you're going to have that bias in your head if you're on the committee. You know, if you see a team get run through.
But there's a matchup like Colorado and BYU, for example, if that were to happen, where you would go, well, only one's going.
Yeah.
So how do you set it?
Right. Well, then you just go winner of Big 12.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
I am taking questions. Doug never will.
I don't take them.
Can a coach, and I'm being serious here, because obviously Drinkwitz, and it's his job to stump for his team, does that make a difference if he just talks it into reality?
No.
If he just keeps, that's what I'm saying. What is the overall point? There's not a faction that says, well, he's got a point. It's all going to come down to your schedule, your results. The Heisman, you can maybe talk voters into it so you campaign.
I listen to a lot of college football podcasts, and they were really laughing about Eli Drinkwitz and the playoff thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. What is the point to it? Because other than to pump up your fan base,
I get it. He's got nothing to lose by doing it.
Right, but does he believe that he is really going to talk his team into that playoff? You know what I'm saying? Why push so hard on this theme when you know reality is it's not going to matter what you say. Even if you win all 3 games, there is no math, or there's no path.
We just saw the path. Chairman Kirtley.
Yeah. There's no math or path. Much like a Heisman, or if you do hype somebody, people go, oh, yeah, I'll vote for him.
A Heisman, I think, is a different deal.
That's what I'm saying. There's a
Heisman's
reason.
an individual vote of like stunningly a lot of people you can't believe who have actual votes.
That's what I'm saying. It makes sense. You get the word out. You just keep talking it up, and it will have an impact. Whereas this, you can talk it up all you want, and it will have no impact.
How much of it has to do with keeping the team motivated?
Yeah, I like that.
I think there's something to that, too. I think that's a nice observation.
Although they don't care about any of the outside noise. All they care about is in the room.
Right.
Except Danny Cannell and Bob Stoops are kind of on the outside, so we do reference them on occasion. I had Danny Cannell taking Shrapnel. Where is he these days? Wasn't he at ESPN?
He's on one of those college football podcasts that I listen to.
Yeah.
And he is famously anti-SEC. Joel Klatt, I would actually say, from Fox Big Noon. They really like that in Columbus, Ohio. Yeah. They are regular 11 o'clock appearances in Columbus. He's also... I don't know if I would call it anti-SEC, but he does not buy into the SEC is the greatest thing, and that frustrates SEC.
I don't think I'd give Danny Cannell that kind of energy if I were Coach Trey.
CBS Sports Radio.
Okay. Your thoughts are welcome.
Well, I heard Jackson the other day saying we didn't have a path. Okay, I'll remember that.
One very clear.
I'm going to remember that.
I mean, so basically what they're doing is that teams that currently have 2 losses next to their name need to have 3. Like Missouri's going to need to get in a numbers game because if you're going to be comparing resumes, they're not going to win any of those.
Doug, they're not getting in.
If they can have a 2 next to their name, and not many others do, I just think only 3 spots are going to the SEC. That's what I think.
If they lose by 30 points again,
you think only 3 spots are going to the SEC?
Yep.
The champion and then 2 others?
Yeah.
Can we bet on that?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll throw 20 on it.
The 20.
Can we do any more?
Nope. That's my take.
Holy crap!
I think because I think Notre Dame's taking them on the way.
To me, no.
An escrow.
Ahead of time.
So I could just invest it and collect a little something on it. I mean, holy crap! Wow.
I just think because of Notre Dame, they're taking 4-4 go to SEC and Big Ten in my mind, and the Big Ten's going to have 3 one-loss teams and an undefeated team. And that's what I think is going to weigh out.
Okay. Hey, you know what? I will happily Venmo you the $20 if you are correct.
Yeah, the Big Ten's the beneficiary of all these teams not having to play each other.
I think then that's going to get into a schedule conversation. And while I love the Indiana story and I love Cignetti, I loved him before the whole thing started. Yeah. I'm going, how do you compare that with like a 2-loss Ole Miss?
Yeah.
If that becomes the conversation when they beat Georgia and had to go to LSU. You know,
yeah, well, I get it.
I think that's they've shown recently that they value wins and close losses over an undefeated schedule or even a 1 loss. That's what I've seen. Now each committee is different year over. Gary Pinkel's actually a part of this committee. Did you know that?
And so is Mac Rhodes. I was looking at the committee. Yeah. Mac Rhodes, Gary Pinkel. There's a lot of true sons in there because nobody loved Mizzou more than Mac Rhodes. Yeah, yeah. Pinkel's on there, and I think Chris Alt. And I looked it up the other night. He was the Nevada coach when I worked in Flagstaff. And
my God!
Good gravy! Chris Alt is like 80. He's on there.
He coached in Columbia with Colin Kaepernick against Jeremy Macklin and the Missouri Tigers. Fun facts for no and tell, Doug. Right. It's fun facts for no and tell. Tell me about Munganess.
Somebody from Munganess should be on that committee.
Yes.
As well. I don't know if that'd be Jamie Burkhardt.
Love them?
I love Munganess. Peter Munganess, Jamie Burkhardt, Ryan Seiberg there in the service department. They got a great selection of new and used cars. You ought to check out their website. Take a browse at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. All kinds of new and used cars. It's just a fantastic selection. Or something wrong with your car. Maybe you need service. You got a problem with it. It is just great to know that you can always go to Munganess St. Louis Acura right here in Baldwin or Alton Toyota, and they will take fantastic care of your car. They've even got a number direct to the muckety mucks to make sure you are properly taken care of. I'm going to go ahead and give that number now. You love the number. Apparently that's a thing now. 314-252-0029. You didn't write it down. Here it comes again. 314-252-0029. You dial that number, and one of the muckety mucks will make sure you get absolutely top-rate care. I mean, everybody gets it anyway, but this is just a way to make you feel even better to know that they're going to take fantastic care of you as they do with me and Tim and Jackson and everyone else who've gotten their cars from Munganess St. Louis Acura or Alton Toyota. They're always accessible to the listeners. They take great pride in that. The website again, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. Munganess, a longtime sponsor here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt fielding your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That number is 314-974-0101. Get in the YouTube. Pick your channel. Doesn't matter. 101 ESPN channel, the TMA STL channel, and interact with friends of the feather like Doug's Chocolate Starfish.
What? I don't own a starfish.
It's right up there. You see, he's got a little starfish avatar, too.
Oh, gosh, we don't need
He's talking over Tiny Peepee and Walrus King and Joshy Tuna and the Wilmore Park bathroom attendant.
A lot of marine life. Yeah. So what? And walrus and tunas and starfish.
Yeah, it's fun in there. I assume that's the TMA chat, if I had to guess. Based on. Yeah. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. We have a surprise guest coming your way at 9:30. None of us know outside of Martin who the surprise guest is on the program, and we welcome you to participate with fun and games. Plus, Jackson's bringing back Who's Grifting? We got a good one?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Big grift.
Who's grifting?
I can't wait to hear it.
Yeah, we have big grift.
We have initials.
The person who did the grifting or the subject of the grifting?
Well, I guess the person who did it.
I don't think you'd know his name. He's prominent, but he's not like a mainstream prominence, probably by design.
What's that mean?
He wants his career to only be viewed or listened to by a handful of people? It's a strategy?
Probably how he portrays it.
Is it still 8-3? I thought we were going to a break.
No.
There was a bright, shiny object in the room, and it was Jackson's forehead.
Yeah,
I thought we were going to a break. I went to the restroom and came back.
They're gonna
Still talking.
SPF over here.
Yeah, we have a tough time with these breaks.
Well, I thought that was the issue. I'm like, oh, they're going to a break. I went to the bathroom and I could hear you guys. I'm like, he's still talking.
All right, we'll take a break. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Suzanne Vega, Martin. You remember My Name is Luca?
Yeah.
We're enjoying Tom's Diner. Now, is this going to kick in with the Oakland Funk? Oh, there it is. Doug, you wanted it. You got it.
Yeah, I was really crazy about Oakland Funk.
It's TMA. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Martin, you missed out. Doug's Chocolate Starfish is very active. TMA STL YouTube channel.
He shouldn't be.
You should go in there. Jackson, do you block people in the YouTube chat?
No. Bad idea.
Blocking!
No. Well, you kind of just let that. It's like hockey. They police themselves.
There's a guy who is really not a fan of mine.
Well, let's have him give me a call.
In the 101 chat. How many times will Tim mention his wife today? How are my kids, Tim? That's from Mizzou is way better.
What?
How are my kids? He's claiming to be the father of your children?
Oh, that's so weird. God, that is internet basement behavior.
I got to visit the 101 ESPN YouTube chat and see what's doing.
Yeah, that's basement behavior.
Fine. It's part of the deal. That's what the money's for.
Oh, that's true.
Gosh.
I got off the text line earlier when the headline said, "This show sucks so bad," and then the next one said, "Great show, boys." And I thought, this is too distracting. And I was looking at the NFL standings. I just shifted.
What do you like?
I think the Lions are a little underrated. They've got a loss, but they're underrated. I'd also like to give a game ball to Chairman.
Oh, you're giving one out.
I'm going to give a game ball to Chairman Kurt for the extra effort there with the graphic.
Nice going, Kurt.
I'm being serious. That's really well done.
Sounds like you are coming to Chairman Kurt's alliance with me and leaving Jackson, who wants to be a lone wolf, behind.
I'm just NATO. I want to get along with all these different countries, and I appreciate the effort that went into the charts and graphs.
It was a wonderful chart.
And then I shot it all down by saying Mizzou wouldn't go 3-0, but I appreciate the charts and graphs.
We got a surprise guest coming up at 9:30.
Yeah, we do.
Wait.
Can we get any hint?
Initials?
No.
Initials? No, we can't.
Initials.
We like guessing games.
Doug loves guessing
All right,
games.
when we get a little closer,
okay,
I'll give you. I think it might give it away. I don't know. That's a little random.
All right. Well, that's what we like.
Jackie, what do you think? On the random scale, 1 to 10.
Oh, so Jackson is aware of who the surprise guest is. Boy, the alliance is still strong.
He let me know yesterday.
He asked, and I was not going to tell him, and then I broke down.
Yeah, alliance.
On the randomness scale, is 10 the most random, 1 the least?
Yes.
This is a 6.
Oh.
Okay.
This is a 6.
Where was Cal May?
8.
All right. That's good. I needed that point of reference.
8. Walter was a 3.
What if this is Butch Patrick calling it? Wouldn't that be a twist?
That would be a 10.
Wow.
That would be a twist.
Boy, that'd be meta if it is Butch Patrick and you're throwing it out there.
The show has been off the air for like 60 years.
What if it was Joe?
I could have called Butch Patrick because Fred Gwynn gave me his number.
It could have. What if it was Butch Patrick and Joe Madden at the same time?
This show sucks. Love the show, boys. That's from Stephen Wildwood, both in the same text.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's the Milagro Tequila List of the Year. You can be the Milagro Tequila List of the Month for TMA by going to TMASTL.com and signing up. And great news, you can keep your anonymity, even though Doug is on a mission to dox everyone.
I don't know why they get to know who we are, but we don't get to know who they are. How's that work?
Well, they should have to put cameras on them so we can see them listening.
This is like a peep show.
Clip that off.
In so many ways.
Yeah.
They fixed the blinds, though. Jackson is no longer blinded by the light.
Blinded by the light.
Nice.
Can I sing the next lyric? I don't think I can.
Man for Man or Springsteen?
Yeah, which one?
Huh?
There's two.
Jackson doesn't like Springsteen.
That's not true.
Libby Jack doesn't like Springsteen? Wow.
Nobody's more Libby than him.
That's not true. I'm not super privy to his music.
A song called Factory.
What do you mean you're not privy?
Privy to it. You're just as privy as everyone else is.
Well, it's not like a lack of resources. I could listen. I just don't because
humble brag. You have resources to discover.
I pay $9.99 for Apple Music. Come at me, and so I could listen to it. It's never really come up. I don't feel like my parents ever listened to it, even though Jersey guy, Asbury Park, my family lives out there. Just never really listened to it.
Your family's in Asbury Park?
My cousin lived there for a little bit. No, they're in Manalapan, which is kind of central Jersey, which Jersey people don't say is like a real thing. What
exit?
6.
Exit 6.
That's all every time, New Jersey.
Every time I talk about the lake, Doug's always talking about what mile marker. I don't know.
Well, that's how they locate things down there.
Oh, I got to carry an atlas around too. Come on now, 2024. Get this guy a landline.
This guy's got an attitude.
Yeah. Well, now that I can see.
I like the attitude.
The alliance is back. I don't like it.
Right here, Mark.
Hand pounds and hugs all around. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, closing out our 8 o'clock hour at 9:03. That's not bad.
No.
That's not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour closing out. 5P Academy and Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour coming your way. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
That giant clock that's ticking, it's in your head, right? That giant clock, it's Thanksgiving. It's coming. It's only a little over 2 weeks away. You got to do that shopping now. You can do it at Schnucks. And starting tomorrow, November 13th, just 2 weeks away from, what's it called? Thanksgiving Eve or something? You're 2 weeks out tomorrow. You can buy that turkey at Schnucks. How about this? Lowest prices on turkeys in 14 years. 2010. Lowest prices since 2010 going on at Schnucks when you buy a whole frozen turkey, 58 cents per pound. Great deal right now at Schnucks. Get ready for it. Starts tomorrow. Get that turkey at Schnucks and save tons of money. Also get all the sides, stovetop stuffing mix. Don't tell Jackson, but they also have great deals on pies. Mrs. Smith's Marie Callender pies, sweet potatoes, load up on all the sides and get a great deal on your turkey for Thanksgiving. Lowest price on that frozen turkey. Lowest price since 2010. You were wearing a Sam Bradford jersey running around Schnucks. Next week is when we'll roll out the unbeatable meal deal. That's when you'll be able to feed 10 people for less than $4 per person. All these great savings going on at Schnucks. You can find them anywhere around the St. Louis area. Make sure you download the rewards program as well for all your great savings at Schnucks.
Welcome back. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Croup, and we're in the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you, and Andy Crouppen is in studio from Brown and Croup. And Doug, have you ever heard of Gallery?
Not like this, I haven't. No. Wonderful having.
Title sponsor of the program in studio.
Right.
What's up, Andy?
And I'm just watching Jackson really feather those controls on the board. It's so precise.
I like that. I like that verb.
Yeah. Well, he was really like. It was very precise.
Yeah.
Like John Tesh at the keyboards.
Nice.
It was.
Doing the NBA song? Mm-hmm. Oh, that puts Jackson in a good headspace. Andy, what's going on with you, kind sir?
You know, I was listening on the way here. I heard you guys talking about, that thing you did with your tongue that I won't repeat with Georgia.
Doug,
but
like it?
Just let him do it one more time. Absolutely.
I love.
Oh, I didn't realize the whole tongue came out of the mouth.
Oh, it does.
The tongue of a hummingbird.
Oh, wow.
Very disturbing.
And I have not followed college football this year.
So
I
that
did not.
segment really entertained you.
Well, I felt like it brought me back in a little bit.
Yes.
I went to the University of Wisconsin, so I went to a football school. But what I didn't realize is Colorado had kept it up and were, they're 16?
They're alive. They went out there in the Big 12 championship game.
Is that the biggest shock of this season? Because nobody thought that.
Indiana being undefeated, I think, has to be the biggest shock of the season.
Undefeated is a big deal.
I mean, you're a Big Ten guy. You know how random that would be. Wisconsin being undefeated would be less surprising than Indiana being undefeated.
Right.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, no one believed in them. You know, he had a kind of a good start last year, and then it all fell apart. I don't think anybody saw it.
Polarizing force. I would love to see him in the Big 12 championship game and then in the college football playoff for the entertainment factor alone.
For sure.
Yes.
They haven't really beaten anybody, have they? Colorado? I mean, they've taken care of business for the most part. They lost to what? K-State, maybe?
They lost to Nebraska early in the season, and that was when most people were like, oh, look at Deion Sanders. It ain't going to happen this year.
And they did lose to K-State. They lost to both those teams.
Yeah.
But,
he's done a great job. The program's relevant. He's fun. It's interesting. They might have a Heisman Trophy winner, but I don't think their schedule has been a murderer's row in the Big 12. But I don't want to go Coach Drink and start comparing resumes here, but
they could get tripped up by Utah this week.
Yeah. Well, I love Colorado in that one.
Oh, look at that.
Really?
I'm just kidding. I don't care.
Martin's getting on board.
Are you allowed to talk about betting on games?
Oh, my God. I would have a show if we didn't.
But I know, like, hypothetically, but your own personal?
Sure,
way?
absolutely.
Oh, okay.
I complain about my high school bookie all the time. This guy chases me around for a couple $100.
Is that
true? Yeah.
I remember. Not Nick Crelly.
we can even name them.
Oh, God.
Wasn't he back in the day?
I don't know if he was. Yeah, we're going to do a Name That Bookie
Wait,
segment.
did you guys go to high school together?
No, Martan went to CBC.
Okay.
A little older.
Yeah.
I remember when I was in college, the bookie that everyone used in the dorm at some point, and a lot of my friends owed him a lot of money, just mysteriously died. And everyone was just so thrilled because it was hitting the reset button.
Everybody was thrilled.
Yes.
They were thrilled.
Well, no one knew him.
Oh, I see.
It was like through
It sounds
these
like
two
somebody
people
did and
in the
got to
dorm.
him.
I don't know what happened, but everyone...
A college-age guy just died? Just randomly?
No. I think it was an older guy in the community, and somebody had a connection to him. It could be. It was in Rhode Island where... Rhode Island has I think so.
we
saw The Departed.
Just a fat guy down at State Street Brats that you would stop by and see.
Well, I went to Rhode Island my freshman year. That's when the bookie died. That's right. I don't know how anybody would know that, but
I think they beat Missouri in the NCAA tournament one year.
And then I transferred to Wisconsin my
back in the Norm Stewart era.
Yes, I think they got
those upset years, like a 5-12. The State Street Brats reference was for your Badger.
Yeah, for sure.
Does Marquette and Wisconsin not get along? Is there tension between the two?
Every year, early December.
Basketball.
Yeah, there's tension there.
Does Marquette have a football team?
No, they did back in the day. They got rid of it. They play like prisons now or something. Like a club team. So I'm a rare Marquette guy that roots for Wisconsin. I worked in Madison.
Flag football.
And I root for the Badgers. And Camp Randall's one of the great stadiums right there in the neighborhood. You got Butch's Bologna Bash. You got Paul's down there on State Street. You can go in there. They got a tree inside a bar.
Oh, Paul's Club. I remember
that. They have a tree inside the bar.
Right?
And when I was in college, I had some friends who lived above Paul's Club, and while they were on spring break, it burnt to the ground. And so the Paul's Club you see now is the rebuild.
And they had to rebuild the tree?
I don't remember if they, I think they did rebuild the tree.
Then there's the KK.
Yeah,
I think it's
the
just
college club. Yes, they stopped appropriately.
Everybody played pool there. Chris Chelios and the gang would hang out there.
Wasn't it miserable walking to classes in Wisconsin?
I didn't go to class.
There you go. That's how you mitigated it.
There you go.
You two and your dads.
Just since January, February, horrible to walk.
Wouldn't know. You'd have to ask somebody who went to classes there.
All right.
Sounded terrible. I wasn't taking the chance. When you go to those big public schools, though, you can get the resume or the syllabus on the first day, find out when the tests are, get the notes from somebody, study a few hours the night before somebody, and go to the test, and that's all you need to do. Because, when there are 500 kids. Well, I think you can get what you want to get out of those big schools, but you can also get a college education without doing much. What I really realized is going to a really great high school, being a terrible student from a great high school versus being a great student from a terrible sort of rural Wisconsin high school. I was much better off being not a very good student from a great high school.
Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Clayton High School, and it made a big difference. And then I don't know if I'd say I became a student, but I did well in law school. That was the first time in school.
How did you get in if you didn't bother to try?
I was always able to test well, and back then, that got you into school.
Yeah. So the big state school, I'm reading this correctly, I think, you would probably have classes that were huge, like auditorium. So you could skip the class as long as you made it for the test and knocked that out of the park, you were fine.
Were your classes not big at Marquette?
Not really. We had one in the varsity theater. It was History 101, but they would have seat checkers, and they would go around.
Oh, wow.
And they could tell your attendance based on if your seat was taken. But you could pay your friend, maybe Pete Jones from Maryland, who needed money, and he would sit in your seat. He would sit in your seat for like $10 if you couldn't make it on a particular day.
How hard up was Pete Jones?
He had a gambling problem.
It's come full circle.
With his high school bookie. But we didn't have terribly... most of my classes were probably 60, 70, 80. Although I took physics, and they called it basketball physics because the basketball team was in there, and I was failing. And my sister said, you're flunking the physics they set up for the basketball team. I said, well, they're letting them pass. That was my argument.
Right. We had physics for poets. Was a class in Wisconsin.
Physics for poets.
Physics for poets.
What does that mean?
It was an easy physics class.
Okay. Were you a poet?
No, but I wasn't a physician either, if that's the word.
Okay.
As a diehard Mizzou fan, third-generation alum, the University of Wisconsin is a gem. If I knew about it when it was time to look at schools, I would have contemplated going there. Who doesn't love inhaling unhealthy amounts of processed cured meats and beer? It's from Uncle Moose Knuckle. Is that your experience?
Uncle Moose Knuckle is correct. Unc, you know what you're talking about. And cheese curds, Wisconsin's one of those schools that everybody who went there just loves it and raves about.
Like that.
It's a great place.
Yeah.
The whole town is awesome. You're on an isthmus.
Isthmus.
The town is an isthmus because it's surrounded by water.
Nice.
It's surrounded by the Mendota and Monona Lakes.
Yeah.
Is it a lot of out of state?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
Well, so
it's huge.
It's interesting because it's a lot of in-state. It's a big school. And so there is sort of, and at least when I went there, I'm sure it's a little different now. There are a lot of in-state, and a lot of the in-state kids lived in the public dorms, but then sort of like it's kind of like a microcosm of the world. There are sort of rural areas, I guess, where the state dorms were, and then centrally located on campus. Along Langdon Street and State Street, there were some private dorms, and it seemed like those were populated by kids from New York, L.A., Chicago, sort of more city kids. And so while I certainly knew plenty of kids from Wisconsin, most of the people I knew were from New York, L.A., Chicago. So there was that.
St. Louis in the dorm with New York, L.A., Chicago?
It was volatile.
Smart.
All right,
I got a trivia question for you because I wanted to look up and see what large state school, so we'll call it from the group of four, so we're including Big Ten schools, SEC schools, ACC, and Big 12, has the highest percentage of out-of-state students as of right now. Anybody want to take a wager on this? Anybody want to fire a bet at the pot? Anybody, everybody's welcome.
I know two of the very hardest schools to get in now are Georgia and Florida.
That is neither.
No, so I was going to say, so it's not going to be one of those.
What was the field again? I'm sorry.
Any Big 12, ACC, Big 10, SEC
I'll
school.
say Michigan.
Jackson's holding up an O.
Ohio State?
That is not correct, per what I'm looking at.
Michigan?
Nope. Are you saying which school or which conference?
Which school?
Which school?
How about USC?
No. I don't think that's a state school anyway. Unless you're talking South Carolina.
Oh, it has to be state school. Okay. Well, can we have initials?
They beat Missouri 34-0.
Alabama?
Yeah, how about that? 63%. And then next, Maryland, 62%.
Well, I guess that makes some sense.
And guess what? Rhode Island is 12th. I know they're not one of the big four conferences.
No, but they let anybody in.
Ole Miss is 57%. And let's see.
And half of them are from St. Louis, it seems like.
Arkansas is 18. Wisconsin is 18. And
these are out-of-state
Oregon,
percentages.
Yep, there you go.
Is that because people in Alabama can't get into college? I mean, I don't know.
There's board material for Kalen DeBoer when he comes to Columbia next year.
It's the Nick Saban effect. It's having a great college football team for a decade and a half.
That is a big part of it.
And it's a small state. There aren't that many people of college age, I would think.
But I have noticed over the last handful of years here, I would imagine you guys do, especially Doug, with you having kids going through college, how many people are going to either Alabama or Ole Miss from the St. Louis area versus when I was going into school, you know? I mean, it has just changed substantially. And Alabama and Arkansas, I would say, would be the two that I've noticed.
Arkansas in the last 10 years.
And I think that's Missouri and the SEC and the comparable tuition that you get, right? But you don't get comparable tuition for Florida or Vanderbilt or some of the respectful better SEC schools.
Well, Vanderbilt's a top 20 school, isn't it?
Yeah. But Florida's also a very good school.
Oh, God, no.
Right. Let's be fair.
No.
I don't believe anybody in this room could.
I don't think I could be a guest there of someone just eating the Union.
When I was playing junior college baseball and I got done, I got recruited by Wash U here in town.
Wow! All right.
Big time.
I talked to the coach and he said, now here's an example of some of the classes you might take. We've got astronuclear physics, and then we have biology 504. And I said, you got the wrong guy, mister. This isn't going to work.
Not a scholar athlete.
This is not going to work.
And you withdrew from the recruiting process and sent out a tweet.
Yeah, I opened up my recruitment to other schools.
And then did you have a ceremony where you had 6 hats on the table?
No.
Carrier pigeon.
But the list of classes they had coming off of Merrimack, it was a little bit different. A little bit different.
Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA now for more than a year. And you boys are back on board for 2025.
That's right. We missed our anniversary.
Brown and Crouppen, there it is. Andy Crouppen. Andy, thanks for coming in, sir.
Thanks for having me.
There he is. That's Andy Crouppen, Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. We will take a commercial break. Jackson's got Who's Grifting coming up. Can I do Who's Grifting? Okay, that seems like I threw him off there, but I want to hear Who's Grifting.
Oh, I do too.
All right, that's coming up. This TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. As we head into winter, you don't want to be stuck with old, drafty windows, making your heating system work overtime. Universal Windows Direct is here to help keep you warm and save you money on those energy bills. And what they've got going on right now is a great deal for our listeners. For every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit, so buy 2, get 2, buy 4, get 4, buy 20, get 20. It's the perfect opportunity to upgrade your entire home. On top of that, Universal Windows Direct is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years interest-free. Restrictions apply. Universal Windows Direct backs their windows with a true lifetime warranty. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, plus 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Call today, 314-334-2522. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Is this a song or is this just...
It's time for...
Oh.
Who's grifting? Who's grifting? Who's grifting? Who's grifting?
That's Jackson's pre-pro, Martin, and he's very proud of it. Good
You
morning,
did this
Jackie.
yourself, didn't you?
I did.
It's AI.
I used our friends at AI.
Did the chairman leave?
Chairman's
he's
back.
at work.
Oh,
He'll work.
he seemed to be missing.
He's
for
got a
while.
red pearl necklace on. You see that?
Oh, gosh, he does.
Sport in Oklahoma. Great tradition, great program.
It's the 5P Academy Hustle and Heart Sports Performance 9 o'clock hour here on TMA. Send your emails in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way at 10:45. And you're welcome to call in and talk it over with Chairman Kurt about his red pearl necklace on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And then 2 YouTube chats. Depends on your preference, what you like. The TMA YouTube chat has 222 people talking it over, and 88 are gathered in the 101 ESPN chat, Doug. So that's a combination of 310 people watching and chatting on the program for Jackson's award-winning segment, Who's Grifting on 101 ESPN. Jackson, take it away.
All right. So the grift came on Sunday evening into Monday morning. There is a picture of the Fox NFL Sunday guys who are on an Army base, of course, for Veterans Day. And
They were on a Navy ship.
They were. And there's a picture of them with most of them with their hands over their hearts as the national anthem's being played. And Michael Strahan is standing straight up with his hands in front of him. This comes from Todd Starnes. He's a host on Newsmax, and he tweets, Michael Strahan disrespected the military during a veterans pregame show on NFL and Fox. The great irony is Strahan on a ship surrounded by men and women who would willingly sacrifice their lives to protect his freedom, so his behavior is not just repugnant, it's downright cowardly. That is ignoring the fact that Michael Strahan's father, Gene Strahan, served in the Army for 23 years. Michael Strahan grew up on a U.S. Army base in Germany. And per Jay Glazer, who's a close friend of Michael Strahan, said that he has donated thousands upon thousands of dollars to homeless veterans throughout his career, not in front of cameras, but out of the goodness of his heart, because that's a cause he stands strong for.
I read from the New York Post, Fox will not be punishing Michael Strahan after the quote-unquote national anthem controversy, and Fox issued a statement saying there is not going to be any type of punishment or fine going Michael's way, and the spokesperson for Fox described the story as, quote, an internet controversy.
Correct.
Yeah. So who would be the grifter?
Todd Starnes.
Todd Starnes is grifting, Doug, according to Jackson.
Is he making money off of this
That
somehow?
tweet got 16.6 million views. And he's also selling a book as we
What's
speak.
Todd's book?
His
Would
book.
we like to promote it?
Give it to Mad Lib. Twilight's Last Gleaming, Can America Be Saved?
Nice.
You should
I
see
was
that.
going to write that. That's his book, and so this fits that narrative, I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Is Strahan responding? Because he'd probably be like, I don't give two rips about Toddy Marks or Stan. What's his name? Starks?
It's Todd Starnes. I don't think Michael Strahan has commented. It seems like people in the know have commented.
He probably doesn't have time to comment. He's on every other show I see on TV.
I know.
According to a source from the New York Post, he is not commenting because he has decided to not comment yet because he does not want to address the controversy to give it more life.
Yeah.
Good for him. I agree.
Michael wants Veterans Day to be for those men and women who deserve it and deserve the praise, to be in the conversation this way and to extend the talk on what people think he was doing. It would be a disservice to what the day means. That is the source regarding Michael Strahan's perspective on the hashtag controversy.
Whenever you're at a game and everyone's standing for the anthem, there are some who put their hands over their heart, and there are some who don't. They don't mean any disrespect. That's just what they do.
No. Donating to veterans, being the son of a veteran, growing up in an Army base, that is like his tribute, is giving money and spreading awareness, not putting his hand over his heart or not. That doesn't, come on.
So his dad was a boxer who fought Ken Norton and beat him.
Wow.
How about that?
Was it his posture? Is that have you seen video of it?
Oh, yeah, I've seen it. You haven't seen it?
I've not seen it. He's not
they all have
standing.
their hands over their hearts, and
that's
he's just standing there.
That's the issue.
It is, but it's not like he's looking at his phone or something like that. tweeting
Not
at
playing
Todd
Candy
Starnes.
Crush during the anthem.
So that's the grift.
All right,
That's the grift. Now, is it the grifter, Todd Starnes, or the grift is talking about this story and getting your likes by attacking Michael Strahan's
That's
character?
the grift.
That is the grift. The grifter is Todd Starnes. Because I don't think Todd Starnes is alone with this particular take.
No, clearly not. I mean, it's you can read the comments. It's wild.
Yeah, but like other... I don't know if I want to call them media people, but people who like attention on social media.
Yes. I mean, this is traveled around. I mean,
Has Danny Cannell weighed in? Has Bob Stoops weighed in?
Talk to Drink and see if Danny Cannell has a take.
Well, somebody's got to be mad about something every day.
That's right.
And something will happen today that people will be mad about tomorrow. And Strahan will be out of the news cycle.
I love the fact he doesn't care.
Right. I mean, you have so many people in his defense tweeting about it. So I think people are seeing through the grift.
I saw Jay Glazer.
Yes, Jay Glazer had a long tweet.
Comments. I didn't know that other people had.
Joe Pompliano had a tweet talking about his father serving in the military and growing up
familiar
on
with Joe Pompliano.
Joe Pompliano.
Doug, do you know who Joe Pompliano?
Oh, sure. He's from the Pompliano family.
He's the host of the Joe Pomp Show.
Oh my God!
Rich Gould
That's Rich Gould's music.
Holy smokes!
Hello, Rich.
Oh my God!
Here's the camera
sure he's
right
on
here.
camera. That's an old pro right there.
There you go.
Did he get a swipe card last week?
It's called There's a Snake Down There. Vaughn wasn't here last week when I was on with these brothers.
Right.
You've got grandkids. I see them all over
I've got one, yeah.
Just one?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you had like 14.
No, I have one. I have one grandson.
He's all over the place. You must dress the son up to look like different kids.
Well, he's getting bigger. Yeah.
There's a snake down there.
I read it to the family last week. I did indeed.
How did you like it?
They enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I recommend it to everybody, and it's at rgobooks.com.
rgobooks.com, Doug.
Well, I'll look for it and
you
pick
were
up a
gone.
copy.
Where the hell were you last week?
I was in California.
Doing what? Whereabouts in California?
I was in Idlewild. Ever been to Idlewild? It's just outside of Palm Springs.
I've been through there.
Yeah, very nice wedding.
I was very happy to go through there.
You didn't like Palm Springs?
I didn't want to stay there.
Why?
No, the Springs, it's okay. It's very, very wealthy. It's also very hot.
Well, yeah, not November.
Not November.
Fun. It was beautiful.
That's good. Hi, I'm Marty.
Rich, I read your book to Mandy and Glenn on the set.
Did you?
Yeah, we were in a break, and I just broke out the book.
I'm glad. How'd they like it?
They really enjoyed it.
Is it selling well? Is it doing all right?
You know, it is.
Good.
In fact, I just had a order from, I think it was Minnesota.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's good. It's in different states.
How about that?
Oh,
so that part I like. And I was just talking to Courtney on her show about it.
106.5 The Arch.
Are you doing some guerrilla marketing? Are you just bursting in on shows?
Yes, that's what
Casey,
intruder
turn
alert.
off the fog hat. I got a book to sell.
That's what I was with. I was with Tom Ackerman yesterday on KMOX.
Never
They
heard
had
of
me on.
Oh, really?
That's how far the Mighty Mox has gone to hell. They're having me on.
You're having yourself on as much as anything.
Well, I drove there, so. Okay. All right, I'll see you guys.
Great to have. How about Nick Sirianni got another win?
Yeah, and Jackson's anti-Nick Sirianni. Let's shove that up Jackson's ass, Rich.
Yes.
Should I go piss up a rope?
Yeah, let's go piss up a rope.
Rich went after Dan Orlowski last week on Twitter, Doug. That's the context.
Because he doesn't like Sirianni. All this guy Sirianni does is win.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he does.
Google
7-2.
Yeah, that's what he says. Google me.
So,
No, that's Signetti. You got your Italians confused.
Doggone it.
Yeah. So I had to let him know that, God almighty, this guy's a winner.
Yeah.
He's won every year. He's like number 3 in the NFL in winning percentage.
Oh.
And this guy Orlowski says he wouldn't trust him.
No.
And what did you tell him to do, Rich?
I told him to go piss up a room. See you, boys.
All right.
RGOBooks.com.
I mean, Doug, it's like you're sitting there and you're in the middle of the ring, and all of a sudden they play the Rocks music, and then the show just stops at attention, and the crowd goes absolutely bat crap.
Ours has always been the type of show where friends feel they can drop in at any time.
He was 2 feet from your face
No,
talking.
he's right in my grill.
I was stunned because I have my back to the door, and you guys had these looks. You were aghast.
I didn't expect to see Rich Gould walk in.
It was wonderful.
It was a pleasure.
Doug, it is really becoming a program where friends
Literally can come in and sell their wares.
Speaking of, the surprise guest wants to know, are we calling?
Oh, it sounds like I'm off the clock again.
grievance.
It's a problem.
I told him we're at 9-2 right now.
Let's see. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery, whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path. The IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and a top-notch facility and accommodation. They are doing wonderful work at the Illinois Recovery Center. I have visited the campus. I know the people in charge, and this is a passion project for them. Whether you've made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at the Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. That's IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Surprise guest on the other side of the break.
It was not Rich. People are asking.
Was that
that was not the surprise.
So we got another surprise.
But not
Do you want to give Doug a hint? You told Doug you'd give him a hint as we got closer.
I'm going to trick him and say the initials are CK.
CK, it's Chuck King. Chuck King is going to be here?
You know what I did there?
It was a red herring.
Well,
it's like a bluff at the pot.
I will explain.
Oh, so like that's his real name.
Charlie Kramer.
But we know him more for his nickname.
Or maybe it's a moniker of sorts.
Oh, good call. Yeah. Calvin Klein.
Calvin Klein. You ever use that CK1 cologne, Doug?
No, I don't.
Oh, the ladies love it.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk more about Calvin Klein and CK1 on the other side of the break with the surprise guest. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. That's right, the Thunder defeated the Clippers last night, 134-128. Just a light 45 points from Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's gunning for that MVP this year. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Now, what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
All right, without further ado.
Doug, how about that? Do you hear that pre-pro again?
This is pre-pro here. Production that goes with it. The guests, oftentimes, it's a surprise to Tim and to Doug. They don't know. Jackson pried, and I finally revealed yesterday who it would be. But it's very relevant because it's been a topic on the show. Hello, caller. Welcome.
Good morning. It's great to be on with you guys.
C and K. The C would be for Coach. The G is his real name. K. GK. Coach.
GK. Coach.
Gary, say hello to Tim McKernan. I believe you cut his ass back in 19...
Oh, it's Gary Cornfield. This guy doesn't know football. He cut Timmy.
There he is.
Unbelievable.
Coach, I just felt we should kind of workshop this whole thing, and finally, I feel like Tim's stuck, and we got to get through this.
Well, I tell you what, it's, I have a 40-year career there at St. Louis U High, and, my biggest regret is letting him go.
Oh, wow.
There it is. There it is. Finally. Finally.
Just like the guy who cut Michael Jordan in high school.
Thank you. That's exactly what we've got going on right here. Yep. Imagine if I would have been part of that team with Steve Schnurr and Jason Dulick and Scott Pfeiffer. Imagine.
Absolutely. Instead of going 18-0, we might have went 16-2.
No, hold on a second. Right there, it sounds like I might have been a liability. Right there, it sounds like.
What was it about Tim's game that you didn't like?
You know what we thought? Here was the whole plan. We thought we would cut him, and it would be like the Michael Jordan story. And all of a sudden, Tim would come back sophomore, junior, and senior year and become an All-American.
See? There you go, Doug. Take that, Doug.
But what happened instead?
I think we set him on his broadcasting career. That's what I think.
That's exactly right. Gary Kornfeld is to blame for this show's existence.
All right.
Yeah, you got a lot of apologies to send out.
Coach, are you aware that this has been an ongoing topic for years?
Oh, absolutely. Sure. No, we've had fun with this for quite a while. I will say this in all seriousness. He was one of my best driver ed students.
How about that?
Really?
Take that, Doug.
Really?
Take that, Martin.
You can
5-point turns.
You can hit that turn signal with the best of them.
What about seeing over the wheel, Coach?
No! No!
I dumped out of it.
Thank you, Jackson. My goodness.
And also one of my buddies that I golf with all the time, and that's why I was getting a little panicky on if you guys were going to get to me or not, because I have a 10:30 tee time.
Oh, sorry to bother you.
I got Coach Kornfeld text me. We're a little pressed for time. Can we get to this bit here?
That's St. Louis U High living right there, and that's what I like to hear.
Well, one of my buddies that I golf with, Tim will remember, Coach Akers, who was his biology teacher, also passed along that Tim was one of his most outstanding biology students.
Yeah, this is a big day for me, Doug.
I don't know how well he did in biology.
Big anatomy guy. Coach Korn, are you at the lake?
No, I'm not. I'm up here in St. Louis and getting ready to go out and do a little golf over at Creve Coeur with a lot of my Brentwood High School buddies.
Oh, this is the Brentwood High School Hall of Famer.
That's right. So is Iggy.
Iggy got in before Coach Kornfeld, and I felt it was an injustice. And then Kornfeld told me, so I wasn't available that year. So they waited. No offense to Iggy, of course. Yeah, the pride of Brentwood. We got an Eagle Hall of Famer on the show.
HOF.
Have you ever been a surprise guest before, Gary?
No, this is my first time. I'm very honored to be on with you gentlemen.
How about that, Doug? Take that. Doug, are you a Kirkwood Hall of Famer?
I'm going in March.
How about that?
Wow. I don't know how it happened.
Are you CBC?
I am, yes.
How about that?
2008.
I haven't gotten a call yet from the U-High.
Well, this call we're on now might clinch it.
This is it.
Do you have a driver's ed Hall of Fame?
He's right up there. He's in the 10.
Others receiving votes. Yeah.
What kind of size did Tim bring to the table when he tried out for football? What were you looking for in terms of how large you wanted your players to be?
Well, you know, Doug, what happened there with me being the head football coach when Tim tried out for freshman football, and I heard they cut him. I'll let some coaches go on that one.
See, there you go. That's what happened. People lost their jobs over it.
They're gone.
Yep, exactly right. That's exactly right. There you go. This is a vindicating segment.
Starting to make sense now.
Yeah, this is a vindicating
Your
segment.
dad does have deep pockets.
Oh, my goodness. Jackson's got to drop out of another one in this segment.
We only have another, one dump left.
All right. My goodness.
He said it haunts him, Tim.
Thank you.
The decision.
Sure
what do you think if he had played? Could he have been your Rudy?
Oh, absolutely. There's no doubt he would have been a fabulous Rudy for us. And, we would have had a lot of fun with that, wouldn't we?
He probably saved his life by cutting him.
You would have had a death on the field. Yeah. He did. He saved my life. Thank you.
I know we talked about this before, and I always joked about it. I said, well, when we cut him in freshman basketball, we did send him on his media career, and look where he's at now.
Look at that, Doug. I'm standing right next to you.
So football and basketball both let you go?
And baseball.
Baseball, too.
Yeah, Don Maurer got me freshman year, Gary Kornfeld, and Matt Shudo. Those are the three.
Got nicked.
They probably said, you look like you'd be a good wall ball player. Why don't you stick to that? Gary, didn't you also send Taylor Twellman on his way? Because he could have been an NFL kicker, except he was eating hot dogs when you needed him for extra points.
Is that true?
Oh, that was crazy. It was fun. I had to take a timeout. We're short. We got 10 guys on the field. We're actually going for a field goal. And I had to take a timeout. I'm hot. I'm on the headsets. I go, who are we missing? I'm hot. And one of the coaches goes, you don't want to know. You don't want to know. He goes, it's your kicker. He's actually eating an apple because he came from a soccer game, and he was a little bit hungry. So, we took the time out. Of course, he banged about a 40-yarder. So I wasn't mad at him for too long.
He was enjoying an apple, and he wasn't out there. That'll happen to the best of them.
It's a great story.
Well, Coach, it is wonderful to hear your voice. Good luck out there on the golf course today, and I appreciate you expressing your regret over what obviously was a mistake in cutting me. Doug, I was 5'2", 100 pounds when I tried out for the freshman team.
He's going to take this to his grave that he made such a horrible mistake.
It doesn't sound haunted by it.
I've lived with it for too long.
Yep, and now this is therapeutic for us all. Thank you, Coach. Great to hear from you.
Hey, it's great to be with you guys, and I really do listen to you guys every day and always enjoy it. And thanks so much.
Thank you so much,
thanks,
Coach. That's Gary Kornfeld, who obviously regrets cutting me and knows that probably would have led to multiple state championships.
He's got a little bit of egg on his face.
Yeah. So that,
eating crow now.
That's tough.
Seemed to really be haunted by it, then he just kept laughing. So then I thought, well, maybe he's really not that bothered by it.
You never know.
What do you think on the nonsense? I felt it was necessary because it keeps coming up, and I felt like we needed to address it.
Nothing makes Doug laugh harder, for real, than when I say, and he asks me what I was listed on the freshman football team depth chart, height and weight, and I say 5'2", 100 pounds, and he's gone. There he goes.
You thought you could play football. He weighed 100 pounds.
But with pads, he'd probably be a $105.
Thank you, Jackson.
$105.
You're part of my alliance now.
And the helmet.
We had girls at Kirkwood twice that size.
I was just so curious what position one would play at 5'2", 100.
Well, Jimmy could be a safety, just in case somebody gets way deep in he could probably grab their cleats or something, tie their shoes together. Good at biology, though.
Yeah, thank you, Coach.
And driver's ed.
Should have been a doctor.
Gary Kornfeld would. I think he might still be doing it. He would drive around Francis Park, so I would see it growing up right across from Francis Park on Tam Avenue. I would see Coach Kornfeld driving around, and so I knew this was my big opportunity once I got into the driver's ed course. And he was filling out his NCAA tournament bracket the day I happened to be driving, and there was a city works department, might have been Gangster Pete, that was pulled over, and we were sitting behind it. And after about 10 seconds of just sitting there, he's filling out his NCAA tournament bracket for the office pool. And he goes, the hell you doing? And I go, I don't know. I'm not sure what this guy's doing. He goes, he's waiting for you because he knows you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground.
God, he had it in for you, this guy.
Was driver's ed required for you guys in high school?
I think that it kind of was. Usually the insurance company required it.
That was not for us. You could.
Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
just turn them loose.
It wasn't required. You could take it on your own, but you did not have to take it to take the driver's test. And so high schools didn't really have it.
Yeah.
Well, how are you supposed to learn how to drive?
Your parents teach you. You get the learner's permit, and then your parents teach you.
I didn't have
or you
driver's
get
ed.
private instruction. Yeah, I didn't. That wasn't not part of my curriculum.
I had it.
Part of the Alliance. We don't need driver's ed.
This Alliance is anti-driver's ed. Email in Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling. Email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt taking your phone calls. You can call him with anything you want, anything and everything, on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in and talk it over with Chairman Kurt, and then we just put you on. It's not real thorough. Hey, 100 West Dental has been a sponsor of TMA now for about a year. I've gotten to know Dr. Brandon Pryor at 100 West Dental, and he is a loyal TMA listener, and he's seen a lot of TMA listeners come in, and this is what he's got going. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they've got a digital scanner at their new offices that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through it. And they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off the Invisalign package. If you want to go to 100 West Dental and don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem. The membership plan at 100 West Dental aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. Go online at 100westdental.com. You don't even need to call. You can schedule your appointment right then and there. 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Ladies and gentlemen, the program's The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the 5P Academy. Hustle and Heart Sports Performance, 9 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN. Oh, this is the jam.
I like to bring out the jams.
Doug, this is the jam. Take a listen to this. Pete Rock and CL Smooth, they reminisce over you?
Yakety sax.
I'm going to say 92 because it's going to get me 91 and 93, even though I know it's 92.
So when you get cut from football, you listen to this. Kind of gets you.
That happened in 90.
Oh, kind of gets you through.
Pete Rock, CL Smooth. They reminisce over you. Trouble T. Roy. Think about that. Anybody nurse?
I don't know. I don't think I have ever heard that song before.
Coach Kornfeld said he is still teaching drivers at FYI. A little follow-up text to the show.
Okay.
I need to go out on the golf course and show him a thing or two is what it sounds like. Get my vengeance. That's what I'm going to do. All these guys who cut me, we're going to need a few foursomes.
You got a list? So, psychotic in the basement. Your wife's what are you doing? There's a chart on the wall that Chairman Kurt put together, all these pictures of these teachers from 1989, 1990. He's going to get them one by one.
Jackson better know what video game this song goes with. That's from the 636.
NBA Street Volume 2. It was also on Madden 12 with Peyton Hillis.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Wow, Doug. How about Jackson?
That's where I learned about it. It was from playing, it was like with Dr. J on the cover, NBA Street Volume 2. It was like the most fun video game I played on my GameCube. And, yeah, loved it.
Is he okay, Peyton Hill? Didn't he save his family and then he was injured in doing so?
That I don't know. I know.
Remember that story?
He nearly drowned, didn't he?
Yeah. Is he okay?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I think he's
That's right. That's what happened. Mike is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Mike. Welcome to 101 ESPN.
Hello, Mike.
Hey. Hey, guys. First of all, I want to tell you, excuse me, I got married at St. Gabriel's and lived down there.
No, did you really? Okay.
Doug, why do you react like that?
More hosannas thrown on Tim's feet.
I'm a U High guy from 98.
I mean, we got a St. Gabriel, St. Louis U High graduate, Doug. Isn't that great?
Yeah, that's
we'll
fabulous.
Put this guy on Timmy's tours.
You got it all. So I don't know if this is allowed on the air. But no, it's PG. But I don't want to piss off Mr. Kornfeld. But I took driver's ed at SLU, and one time he had me back the car up to that faculty parking lot in the front, and he opened the trunk. And just things were bouncing. I didn't know what was going on. And we drove to his house, and it turned out that he was loading 10 cases of beer into his trunk for some sort of party he was having. He was just taking it out of the St. Louis U High basement.
Huh. I'll be darned.
Well, I'm sure he was allowed. They probably had an arrangement of sorts.
Absolutely.
Statute of limitations as well. I'm sure it's fine. Yeah. Coaches are coming over to break down film. You need about 10 cases for that. The trunk's popping. So basically, you had the trunk full of the beer, and it was popping open.
No, the beer was not popping open. The trunk, literally,
I understood that part.
The way in which he was loading it, yes. But also, I was trying to get on the highway with him. He was right next to me, of course, and I'm not going fast enough. He's going, gas, 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 gas. He just starts yelling. It gets louder and louder. I'm freaked out. I also play football for this guy. Oh, my God.
How big were you? Tim was a small gentleman.
That's your opinion.
How big were you on the football team?
I like this answer.
How big?
I was 6'2", about 180.
Oh, my goodness.
Sounds like a high school football
Just
player.
great St. Gabriel genetics right there, Doug.
I guess so. All right. And you lived through driver's ed, too. That's got to be a stressful job to be a driver's ed teacher, especially getting kids thrown off the highway.
Okay, Tim remembers Gary Kornfeld back in the day. He's an intimidating human. Imagine riding one-on-one with him when you're 16.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I was frozen behind the sanitation worker.
Kind of looked like Jimmy Kahn.
A little bit.
And then the bike shorts, the coaching shorts with a whistle. Right? He's central casting for high school coach.
Those shorts were awesome. I can't imagine. You guys just referenced Matt Shudo. That guy was hysterical. I hated it at the time, but looking back on it, it was so awesome. He was just such a mean,
A lot of people are getting aired out here today.
We'll take your father hollering calls as well. Zinselmeyer thoughts. Call in, text in.
Mike, thank you so much for the phone call.
All right. Hey, Tim, hope to see you sometime.
Come on, Mike.
Let's see if we can't get these two together.
I can't imagine like living through that again. He was just like he was wearing those like too short football coach shorts.
Mike, do you have anywhere to be?
Who was that janitor that was also a coach?
I think it was a fair question. Because I do. I got a thing. It's 10 o'clock. I got a thing.
All right. Thanks, Mike.
Hey,
All right,
Mike.
find him down. Find him down.
Ruin me.
Well, I think it was kind of like the Butch Patrick. We were kind of revisiting the story that we'd already had. We were ruminating. We were ruminating a little bit.
Yeah, we were letting it breathe.
Yeah.
About some guy and his driver's ed teacher 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Well, we all have stories. That's from the 314. Mike, you're done. Find him down. That's some scissor me timbers.
Poor Mike.
All right, Mike, moving along. That's it. Let's go. Some Dewey Iceberger.
Here, a gentleman enjoys a dry rub once in a while.
It's Jeff Ablett.
Did he go to U-High?
You went to CBC.
Fire up CB.
So is that catcher? Everybody in the media just went to U-High or CBC.
And everybody went to Lindenwood for college. That's how that works.
Your alma mater has Jeremy Macklin coming up, right?
Oh, football, yes. CB and Kirkwood this Friday, a little district championship.
Do you have the spread on that?
I would set it at about 20, probably CB.
Yeah. Is that at CBC?
It's at CBC at the campus out west.
Gorgeous field.
I was at the Kirkwood game. Doug Vaughn's Hall of Fame alma mater.
Can't believe, this
Did
is
he not
news.
tell you guys that?
No, it's news to me. Congratulations, Doug.
Thank you.
Seems pretty excited about it. How about the BYU coach? Is he in?
Yeah, what about that guy?
Oh, I'm sure he is somewhere, probably. Athletic Hall of Fame, probably.
Yeah. Okay.
Should be if he's not.
Go Vianney. That's the text. Real simple. Go Vianney. That's all it says.
Yeah.
Okay.
Father Durso at DeSmet. We're going to take you out of school.
It's an MCC program.
Air their grievances about their former high school teachers. I like it.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Told the classmate he should have been aborted. That's a little strong.
Whoa!
I'm reading the text.
In all honesty, when you get cut, that 9th grade year is really the first time in your life that somebody might tell you you're not good enough to be on the team.
Yeah.
Because before that, you're playing on teams, you write a check, you're on the team, you get to play. And then you get to high school. For the first time, someone tells you you're not good enough, you're not going to make the team, you're not going to make the cheerleading squad, you're not going to make whatever it is that you just assumed you would get to do.
You didn't make the cheerleading squad?
No, I didn't try out.
Did they hang a sheet, and I'm being serious, Tim, in the wall, like on the wall? That's how they used to cut people. They would hang a sheet as to who made the team.
You are being serious.
No, in high school, that's how we found out if it made C team basketball, B team basketball. There was a sheet
It's
hanging
like
in
the
the hallway.
opening scene of Tommy Boy, where you go to see your grades, and each time in 1990/91, I went to look at the sheet and didn't see my name.
Oh, it's
kind of a
misprint, Tim.
Cruel. Who do we call? There's probably a check we could write. We'll have her meet me at Biggie's tomorrow. We'll have a martini. We'll write it. Missy, get the checkbook out. Timmy would like to be the holder.
Yeah, just that would be a fun job, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Just to be a part of it.
Mentality. If I would have been working with Mentality back then, maybe I would have been starting middle linebacker for
very well have been, probably would
for
have
that
been,
team that went to the state championship game. Mentality is online at lowtusa.com. Feeling like you've lost your edge? If your energy, focus, or drive is not what it used to be, it's time to get back on track with Mentality Health. Your local experts in testosterone replacement therapy. Visit Mentality today at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Your first step to reclaiming your vitality. It's safe, effective, and tailored to your specific needs. Mentality's treatments help you regain energy, boost mental clarity, and enhance your overall performance. If you're feeling tired all the time, it might be more than just stress. Low testosterone could be the issue. Get checked out with Mentality at lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com. Martin, are you vacating
I got a thing, yes.
What do you got
I got
today?
driver's ed. I got to roll.
Yeah, you go with Coach Kornfeld.
Yeah.
So Martin's got a thing. That means Jackson
I have
has a series
texted
of
Joe Buck
questions.
to see if he would like to talk Indiana
I
Hoosiers.
legitimately wanted to hear what he has to say
I said
about
we
that.
would like for you to hop. I said, much like Eli defending his Tigers, why don't you defend your Hoosiers?
So when Missouri played Vanderbilt, I think that was September. I think it was September 20th, as a matter of fact.
Sounds right.
Something right around there. And he was texting me, watching the Missouri game. I will let him, if he wants to, share what he was texting me while watching Missouri play Vanderbilt. The overall sentiment wasn't really impressed with what he was seeing. But I said, hey, how about your Hoosiers? They're undefeated, and I'm looking at their schedule. They could go on a run here. And he goes, I'm supposed to go to the game when they play Michigan. Never thinking, I think, that they thought that they would be undefeated at that point, and here they are. So he went to the game against Michigan this past weekend, and I don't know, maybe he'll go to Columbus for the festivities. That's his game sucks that it's 11 o'clock.
His games are on Mondays,
right.
So he doesn't have to be in that town till Sunday. So I think the Saturday is wide open for him right now. And Coach Signetti, do you remember his brother was Fisher's OC for a while, Frank Signetti?
Oh, that's right. I didn't connect the dots. That's right. I fear that the Hoosier run will come crashing down.
I won't say that when Joe's on, but
in bloody Ryan Day, hey, we'll just let you know this is what happens when you actually have to play one of the teams that'll be going to the playoff, 50-10 fashion. That would be my guess. I will be polling for the Hoosiers. What else would I do? I'm from the South Side. We'll take a commercial break, come back with our 10 o'clock hour. Martin, best of luck with your thing.
Thank you.
Jackson, we have all kinds of fun and games because it's Tuesday. And what do we do on Tuesdays?
Fun with Piddles.
Oh,
Doug
that's the title of it?
Doug sounds like he wants to have a thing, too. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt fielding your calls. Marcia's Burner, a longtime balloon party listener, and he has a question in the Air Comfort Service text line, Doug.
Okay.
He says, I'm still new to TMA. Is it a bit to just ramble when your call gets on the air on this show, or are these guys just completely unaware? Thanks. That's from Marcia's Burner. I'm a longtime Marcia's Burner fan.
Right. No, we'll let him talk and reminisce.
Yeah,
that's what we enjoy, yeah.
I think it's a little bit of column A and column B.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think that's the beauty of it. That's the fun of the live phone call.
Sometimes they just have things they want to get off their chest, and we allow them that platform.
Tim, I demand an apology from that commie Jackie patronizing us with his basketball takes, knowing damn well we don't want him. That's from Pouts Lanai.
I don't know why people wouldn't want them. You know, this is a sports station. It's a very prominent sport.
Yeah.
And I'm just giving some updates, especially when guys like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander go off for 45 points against the Clippers. I'm going to mention it.
Are you?
I don't care. I don't care if you, Pouts and I don't want it. You're going to get it.
But you're supposed to be broadcasting to the audience.
I am.
Not to yourself.
I am. And I'm not to myself.
Oh.
It's a very popular sport. Okay. Very popular.
I like to bet the audience. I don't know if this gentleman was talking to me, though. I got 10 large. Doug, what is 10 large?
10,000.
10,000, wow. That says the SEC does not get 5 teams in the college football playoff. Was anybody saying that they were going to get 5?
No, I think 4 was what.
Yeah, I'm operating on the 4 premise. You got 3, and I've got $20 coming from you. You haven't Venmoed that to me yet.
Right. Well, let's see what happens. First, we got to see what happens with Tennessee, Georgia, because Tim loves.
Oh, don't get him started on that.
I love Georgia. That's what's going to happen to Indiana when they go to Columbus is going to happen to Tennessee when they go to Athens between the hedges this week.
So if Indiana, let's say, just for the purpose of discussion.
Sure, I'm happy to take your questions.
If Indiana loses by like a last-second field goal, like they put up a really good effort at Ohio State, is that like proof that Indiana is a very legitimate team and their 11 or their 10-1 is much different than if they got smoked?
I'm all for Indiana getting in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just telling you that what I think the committee will do if you do have a bunch of 2-loss SEC teams with good wins, that's where Missouri is out.
Yeah.
And they've got monster wins in there, and I think they all would at that point, that you're going to have a tough time if Indiana's best win is Michigan.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
Yeah.
Even though personally I would rather see the Hoosiers. Like, what would it be if Indiana were the 9 seed and they had to go just up a couple hours to South Bend, Indiana and take on Notre Dame?
Okay, now what is that voice?
Would you laugh when that happens?
I don't think it's that funny. No.
The atmosphere would be crazy.
I kind of think Indiana will give Ohio State all they can handle.
Nebraska did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Indiana can score. They got a big-time offense. Ohio State's got the best defense. Maybe in the country.
I just think that what's going to happen. We've seen these kinds of stories pop up, and then there's a day of reckoning usually.
Yeah.
But I would love it if there isn't. I can tell you that. I would love it if there isn't.
So you think if Indiana gets left out, they have 1 loss and they're not in the college football playoff?
I don't necessarily think that Indiana's going to. I read that column from USA Today that one of you boys sent over.
Right. Okay.
It says Indiana's going to be left out.
All right. So let's say that they do get left out at 11-1.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Do you think that will make the Big Ten reestablish conferences again?
Do you mean divisions?
Divisions.
I think you're going to see that be one of the top talking points in about a month after these brackets come out. And if Indiana gets in, actually, I would say it would do more to increase the divisions, because then that way, so much of what Missouri's reasoning for being optimistic this year, Gabe Yarman talks about this all the time, is that the schedule was favorable.
Yeah.
And so your year and how you project it is based, of course, on your schedule. And then you decide whether or not this is a year you want to go for it with NIL.
Right.
It's just ridiculous. So I think they need to go to divisions. Now, the SEC's at 16, the Big Ten's at 18. So the math doesn't work quite as well.
No.
In the SEC, you go, okay, you have 4-team pods, and then you have a rotation with the other schools, but you play 3 regulars, and then you win your division, and then you get yourself into the semifinals and then the final of the conference championship.
Yeah.
So then that way you can't back in by having a favorable. Now, is that realistic? I don't know, but I think there's going to be so much chaos this particular year, because of the fact that, unlike most years in college football, there isn't a clear, holy crap, 1 or 2 teams.
Yeah.
And I guess you could say that's Oregon, I suppose. But if you were watching Oregon early on in the season, they were fighting for their lives against both Idaho and Boise State. Boise State, to me, is a team that deserves all the conversation in the world for something beyond just the group of 5.
Well, that would throw a real wrench into it.
That's where it could get real interesting.
That could throw a real wrench
if they finish ranked higher than the Big 12 team, they would actually be the 4 seed. How many people are aware of that fun fact for no one tell?
Yeah.
It's the top 4 highest ranked conference champions.
Right.
It's not necessarily the Big 12. So if BYU were to lose and it's a 2-loss Colorado and Boise State finishes with 1 loss, a last-second loss at number 1 and undefeated Oregon, how do you handle that?
If you throw that into the mix and Notre Dame, then the SEC having 3 teams seems more and more
So now
likely.
you like your $20.
I feel good about it. I just think Notre Dame is going to be like the biggest party crasher in a way for some of these SEC schools.
I don't think people are looking at Notre Dame as a party crasher. I think it's more the Big 12 if they get 2, if ACC if they get 2, and the fact that Indiana is in the mix.
Yeah, I'd be shocked, honestly, if the ACC got 2.
There are a lot of people in the South cheering against Notre Dame, which goes back decades for reasons you can deduce.
Yeah, I can figure that out.
But in particular this year, because Notre Dame, if they were to lose to, let's say, USC, that would take Notre Dame out of the mix.
Yes.
So lost to USC and Northern Illinois.
Yeah, you
that
can't
would
have
wrap
to,
it up.
You're barely, you're having to make a tougher case even with the 1 loss to NIU. If you have another slip up, it's over. But that's what Mizzou's hoping for right now is a massive slip ups from across the SEC.
Jackson talks more NBA than City SC. Try to get people involved and support the new team. That's from the 636.
How'd that feel?
I absolutely talk more NBA than City SC, and I will continue to do so until they put me in the ground.
You're no true son.
No qualms about that. No qualms about that.
Why do you hate City Red?
I don't. I like the team, but
First
I mean, what
hockey?
are we talking about here? What are we talking
Soccer.
about? Yeah, I know. We're talking about the MLS versus the NBA. What are we doing here?
We have an MLS team.
Exactly.
And I root for them when they're playing. They're currently not, and then when they're back, I'll root for the dogs. Woof woof. You'll never bark alone. But I'm still not gonna. I'm still not
this
gonna.
guy's talking down to us.
He really is.
But
I didn't like the woof woof thing.
What do you want me to talk about? The NBA is playing right now.
Talk about their off season, what they might do to.
What are they going to do?
Switch up the roster.
What are they going to do?
They're going to try to get a little bit better.
Yeah.
And try to add more depth.
Yeah, probably get a winger.
They're going to try to add some scoring punch and some help on defense.
Yeah, probably some fullbacks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. There's your City SC talk.
Wow, this guy is talking down to us, and he's talking down to the audience. That's what I take.
Militant fashion.
Well, you can't win with soccer folks because you talk about it, then you don't know anything, and you're a dumbass. And if you don't talk about it, you're ignoring it, and you're a hater.
See what I mean, Tim? He patronizes us with that Ladue accent. Shame!
Do I have an
That's
accent?
From Poutzlanite. It's a Ladue accent.
It was the woof woof that got me.
I'm rooting for the dogs.
This is the best take Jackson's ever had. Soccer is soft. That's from the 618. Little Beer Cat says, I stand with Jackson.
I want to make it clear. I like soccer. I like soccer a lot. But, yeah, I like basketball more, and I talk about it more because it interests me much more. Basketball is kind of like a passion of mine. Soccer, I enjoy to watch, mostly what goes on in Europe,
But
less
just
so
for
in
the
America.
purpose of playing devil's advocate, I love golf more than anybody in here, I would imagine, including you, even though you went to school for golf. Correct?
Yeah.
But I rarely will talk about it on the show.
Right, but basketball is a lot more popular than golf is.
I understand, but the logic of those who are critical of the basketball conversation is St. Louis doesn't have a team.
Sure. A conversation, it's me giving like one score at the 30-minute mark of
And
every
that's rubbing
hour.
people the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, I literally, it was a condensed NBA talk of like 16 seconds today. If that really bothers you, then I apologize.
Jackson, you're already a dumbass. The NBA sucks as much as you do. That's from FedEx Brian.
Would you like to have like a 60-second, minute-and-a-half segment where you can just read all of the NBA scores? Would that get it out of your system?
I don't. Can I
Just
do it
the
like
winners?
6:55?
Just do the winners from last night?
No, because the people would hate it. There'd be no point.
But you'd get it out of your system.
I don't want it out of my
It'd be
system.
a cute little thing.
If anyone wanted to talk about it, I could literally sit down here and talk 30 minutes about it, but I won't. I don't.
The Cavaliers, the Rockets, the Nets, the Thunder, and the Spurs, all winners last night. And there's your NBA wrap-up.
That doesn't satiate my need to talk about it.
Oh, that's satiate. I got to look that up now.
I know. And there's Olivet coming home to roost again.
That's what it is. Jackson, I want to tell people about Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganess. And in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. They pride themselves on being accessible to TMA listeners, and they do so by setting up a number that you can call or text, and that number is 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. And if you got a question, a request, you're talking to the people in charge, and they are the people that we work with, that you get to work with, and once you do, you won't want to go anywhere else. It's Mungan S. St. Louis Acura, Mungan S. Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com. Now, Doug, as we heard from former St. Louis University High School coach Gary Kornfeld, number one, he regrets cutting me, but number two,
very sorry that he did.
He did have a successful career, and then we also found out you're going into the Kirkwood Hall of Fame, and I'm kind of curious as to how you would motivate yourself, and maybe it would be in a similar manner that a head football coach is doing to try to keep himself motivated. Jackson, would you like to play this for the people?
Sure. This is Syracuse head coach Fran Brown.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, I got like a ritual. Like when we lose, I ain't even get in the shower till early this morning. I just be mad. I just brush my teeth. But it's like I don't deserve soap. I don't deserve to do all that. I'm just focused on like trying to get back. You got to earn the right to do certain things. So, winners get washed.
Winners get washed?
Loser, I just kind of waited a little bit.
Chairman Kerr, that's a T-shirt right there. Winners get washed.
Winners get washed. Doug, was that something that helped you become a Kirkwood Hall of Famer, that you wouldn't shower if the Pioneers would lose?
Don't you worry about other people, what they might be smelling? That'd be my big concern. Is that you don't want to be thinking, you don't want to think, oh no, here comes that stinky guy.
I shave only my left nutsack if the Cards win.
Well, that's a different approach, too. The Cardinals have to win, though.
Do you shower after bad shows, Doug?
I should.
Wash it off you.
I don't go right into the shower. And we don't even have a locker room here, do we?
No. Should we get one?
Yeah, we should get one.
It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Hit the showers, post-show meeting. Maybe a little steam, too.
Is basketball more popular than soccer in St. Louis? This is a St. Louis show, not a national show. It's from the 618.
I'd be curious on that. I don't know.
Chairman Kurt, you want to do a Gallup poll?
I don't have the metrics on that.
TMA, STL?
Is they saying soccer, as the sport, is more popular than basketball as a sport, or the MLS?
CSC more popular? Okay, is MLS more popular than NBA? What are you a bigger fan of?
Right.
Are you good with that language?
Yes.
Because Doug, when you put an amendment on a ballot, you have to have both parties agree to the language.
Right.
So we're going league, MLS, NBA,
yes,
city.
I would say it's pretty even. I would think it's pretty even.
What do you think, Jason?
I think if people are being honest, then they'll say the NBA. I'm framing it.
So you're not going to accept the election results.
I've never seen that move used before. No, I'm saying that with the team being here, I don't know. I'm trying to think of
they
people.
sell out every time they play. There's a lot of people walking around town with City jerseys.
I like City. Now this narrative is going to be like that. I don't like City and I don't like soccer. I do.
What is it about the sport that you hate so much?
I like it a lot. But yeah, I think in terms of relative popularity, I think basketball's probably a little more popular. I don't know if that's a bold take.
The coverage service with text line right now, you're winning. But we don't know until Chairman Kurt puts up the Gallup poll. Doug, our Gallup poll, what is this, on the Twitter account? TMA STL is the Twitter account. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling sponsor the email today. It's coming your way at 10:45. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and this is 101 ESPN and the 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channels. Welcome back. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Miss anything on the program? And we've been joined by John Kelly on today's show and a lot of college football nonsense discussion as well, including Chairman Kurt's path to the college football playoff for Missouri. Go back and podcast on the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app. That's presented to you by Schaefer Door Company. Online at schaeferdoor.com. Chairman Kurt, the new Gallup poll is up on the TMA STL Twitter account. Is that correct?
Yeah, what are you more interested in, MLS or NBA?
Early results coming in from precincts in Ditch Witch, New Hampshire.
Yeah, with only 54 precincts reporting, we are deadlocked at 50-50.
Oh, what a Gallup poll, dog.
Yeah.
Text my friends.
It might go.
And what were our Gallup polls from yesterday on the TMA STL Twitter tweets account?
Yesterday, we asked the question, are you satisfied at this point with a 7-2 Mizzou football season?
Jackson, you thought 70% would say no. I thought 65% would say yes. Chairman Kurt, the results.
59% say no, 41 yes.
How about that?
And then earlier this morning, we asked the question, do you think Brady Cook plays this Saturday against the Gamecocks? And with 195 votes, 70% say no.
Okay. There you go. Doug, these Gallup polls are helpful to gauge.
They're not Gallup polls because they're not done by the George Gallup organization. They're done by us, and we're weenies.
No, we're a satellite of the Gallup organization.
Chairman Kurt is. He has his own LLC.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just like an offshoot.
An offshoot of Gallup. That's what we are.
In the YouTube chat, have you noticed that Doug, Tim, and Jackson are all wearing quarter zips while the chairman is wearing one of those light hoodies? Interesting. That's from Dan Ulrich. Is it Ulrich or Ulrich?
Possibly be interesting about that.
That hoodie's fire.
What is interesting is that here after the show, I'll be heading over to the south side and picking up some of the new wares that we're going to be bringing out.
Oh, really?
TMSTLshop.com, Doug, new wares.
What kind of wares?
Got some 3/4 zips.
Have you?
In a variety of colors.
Oh, okay. Give me an idea what the colors are. They on the TMSTLshop.com?
They are on the shop. We just haven't had the chance to get our hands on our own and show them off yet, but that'll all change tomorrow.
What colors, boy?
We've got a navy option.
I like navy.
We've got a royal option.
Oh, royal blue. I know a lot of fans in St. Louis cheer for the Chiefs and Royals.
We'll do blue.
We've got a red one also for those Missouri Chiefs fans.
That's correct.
Yeah. Oh, Cardinal fans.
More Chiefs.
Cardinals. Oh, God, we got one guy who hates a soccer club, another one hates the Cardinals. And he hates the hockey team.
No. Well.
Oh. What's left?
Battlehawks.
That's exactly right. Battlehawk blue.
Mizzou going to the playoffs.
Okay.
Well, we got the path
so
right there.
So the colors are navy, royal blue, and red.
Yeah, try and follow along.
Oh, gosh.
Dog, you are just dealing with it today.
Jeez. I like it, though.
Just double checking. Okay. All right. Well, we'll look for those tomorrow.
How do you spell wares in that context?
W-E-A-R-S.
That's correct.
Like DeMarcus Ware?
It always goes back.
Isn't he W-A-R-E?
He's W-A-R-E.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why I thought it was spelled in this context.
This is a little segment that's called Fun with Spelling.
I used to chair the spelling bee back in the day.
Oh, you did?
Those parents would get awfully rowdy about that thing.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty binary. Like you either got it right or you didn't.
Well, there was some objections to certain things that would happen, and I would be sitting at the judge's table, and I knew as soon as it happened, this kid missed a word, and I could just feel Mama Bird just approaching.
Unfair word.
To file a protest, yeah.
Boy.
God, I miss public education.
Cut that off. If I order around the holidays from TMASTLshop.com, will I get a little love note in there from Jackson like I've received in the past? That's from Flip Wilson.
I did used to do that. That was back when the wares, spelled W-E-A-R-S, were in my parents' garage, and I would leave KFNS and then go package up wares and then drop it off the post office. And around the holidays, I would write a little Christmas note.
What kind of note would you write?
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, best to you and yours.
Nice.
And I'd sign it.
Okay.
It was something you do in your first year of work, And then as the years go on,
you don't care anymore.
Maybe you get an automated system to do that.
Update on a precinct now from Ditch Witch. 120 votes in, and MLS is winning 58.3 to 41.7.
But there's going to be people.
Here we go. Now we're going to have a protest about the election.
There's people just going to do it just to spite me.
You think that's what it is? I think they just see it when they're scrolling through Twitter and they're like, "Oh, this
race is still too close to call."
It is.
Yeah,
too early.
I just think I don't know. Listen, I'll eat it if it comes out to be the case, but. That's what I think. From conversations I have with people.
I don't think there's any doubt that people would know the players more in the NBA. There's no doubt about that.
So they're lying to themselves.
But people here in St. Louis would have probably more passion about their soccer team than what happens in the NBA.
Okay. All right. Hey, listen, I get it. But I like it.
Not like he believes you.
I don't like it. No, I get your rationale.
This is a huge get. Martin's not here for this surprise guest. It is our pleasure to welcome to the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Esteban Yan is with us. Doug, you remember him? Very sweaty gentleman.
Yeah. Right-handed reliever.
Stellar 2003 Cardinal bullpen. Good morning, Esteban.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
Wonderful.
Oh, we're fine. You
sound different than when we had a last conversation in 2003.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I know the chairman's got Mizzou's path to chaos where they would take on Tennessee in the SEC title game.
Mm-hmm.
I have found two other paths to chaos.
How about this, Doug? Two more paths from Missouri to get to the college football playoff.
Yes, they can be facing either Texas A&M or Texas in these scenarios. I'm not going to go through all of it because it would just be too long and not good radio. But a key thing is if Tennessee beats Georgia and they lose at Vanderbilt, Tennessee finishes at 6-2 in the league. If Mizzou wins out, they finish 6-2 in the SEC as well. Mizzou would have the tiebreaker over Tennessee in that scenario because the tiebreaker after head-to-head, it's record versus common conference opponents among those tied teams. Missouri and Tennessee would have 5 common opponents: Oklahoma, Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi State, and the key one is Vanderbilt. If Vanderbilt beats Tennessee, and then Tennessee's record amongst those 5 common opponents would be 3-2, Missouri would be 4-1. So Missouri would have the tiebreaker over Tennessee.
Oh my goodness! So Tennessee would have won in Athens. They would have beaten Alabama, but Missouri would have the common opponent edge.
We're in this thing, fellas.
Correct. That's correct, because Tennessee would have lost to Vanderbilt and Arkansas. And in this scenario, Missouri would obviously beat Arkansas in the last game of the year, and that would give Mizzou the edge over Tennessee.
Holy moly, this Esteban Yan didn't come to play today, Doug. You got another scenario as well, Esteban.
I mean, it's very convoluted, but that's the key thing. Like, obviously, chairman's scenario was good to go if that happens. But a key thing is, like, Tennessee is really the key team for Missouri that we
need to be polling for Tennessee this Saturday.
I think so. I think that's probably more likely. It gives us more outs. If Tennessee wins at Georgia, loses at Vandy, that gives us the most outs.
Okay. So we're Diego Pavia fans, and then we're also Nico fans on Saturday. All right.
You got it.
All right. Thank you, Esteban Yan.
You still sweat a lot?
Thanks, boys. Okay. Oh, man, I'm sweating right now.
Yeah, I could tell.
Yeah.
All right. Thank yous.
Remember Pedro Borbon Jr.? He was on the squad. Was that Brett Tomko as well? He was on that squad?
I think so.
Jeez, nice.
Who was the guy with the hat? Was it that used to adjust his hat? No, I mean the guy who used to touch his hat after every
Todd
pitch.
Burns. That was like
Todd
11
Burns,
years
that's
earlier.
Right. He touched
You're
his
just
hat.
listing all of the butt asses.
Right. Remember, he would touch his hat probably, if he was out there for a full inning, he'd touch his hat maybe 30 times.
Just like touching the bill?
Just nonstop, kind of adjusting the front of the hat like he was uncomfortable. The hat didn't fit him right. Constantly had his hand up in his hat.
The Mad Hatter, Todd Burns. He was one of those early 90s, the brewery's done with the team acquisitions.
Yeah. Didn't they wear funky hats back then? They were kind of like, they would be like giveaways now where they looked and felt a little cheaply made. Wasn't that like the 90s style of hats? Really thin,
I don't remember
kind of
that.
cardboardy material. Maybe I'm off.
Yeah, I think you're off. That might be nice to apologize to the audience.
Yeah.
I apologize to the audience, but they wouldn't have the raised logo. It'd be like embroidered in, right? Like it would be like
it was a
flush with
nice hat.
All right, I guess. Jeez, talk about hats. All right. How's the poll doing, Chairman?
Okay.
Am I losing?
Now he's on his phone.
Chairman's not locked. He's wearing
He's on one of his dating apps.
Oh, Tiger Stripe?
Doug, if you ever see me on my phone over here, I'm doing show business. I'm not scrolling.
All right. If you see these dogs in your front yard.
Okay. You got a pink phone. I thought you were kind of a soy boy for that.
Here we go.
Let's see, Jackson. 56.6% vote MLS, 43.4 voting NBA. I just realized I haven't looked at the TMA Twitter account in months. The Plowhawk's still on there. He hasn't been on the show since.
But that banner picture's outstanding. He's like right up in the camera.
A heck of a party a couple weekends ago.
His housewarming party that you showed up a day early too.
That's correct. Send your emails in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is coming your way in a matter of moments here on this program. Doug, you have those engineered design facilities hot take mitts. Maybe you would.
I do. I have them right here. I'll put them on
during Jackson's Who's Grifting segment.
Okay.
You want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor. TMA, it's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. We'll take a commercial break. We'll be coming back with that Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, as well as other nitwittery. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Blues play tonight, taking on the Boston Bruins. You can catch that right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug, Jackson has prepared an incredible series of questions for us. And since we've been distracted by Chairman Kurt's wonderful Gallup poll, which you can answer on the Twitter tweets, what are you more interested in, MLS or NBA? And again, MLS with a 15-point lead as of right now with more than a couple hundred votes in. Jackson, pick one of your questions. Which one are you going to go with for the Little Piddles Fun with Piddles on Tuesdays?
Yeah.
Rolls off the tongue, doesn't it?
Do you think St. Louis is desperate for a young star to revitalize the local sports scene, thinking the Blues or Cardinals or even the college teams are close to the threshold of greatness is seemingly unlikely? However, a young superstar lighting it up can keep teams and towns relevant. Do you think that same dynamic is what St. Louis needs to pull ourselves out of this athletic funk? Is there anybody on a current roster that can turn into that?
I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this, Vaughn.
I think, yes, it is very important to have a star on your team for fan interest and to attract other players here also. I don't think there's anybody on either team right now that's going to be that. Maybe the closest would be Jordan Walker, who could develop into a star. Mason Wynn is a heck of a player. I don't know that he's ever going to be that superstar type. So I'll say no, the player is not here. But yes, absolutely, it'd be great to have star players on both teams.
I think
all three.
The only way that the player is here is if it's Jordan Walker. I agree with you on the Mason Wynn ceiling, although he does make some defensive plays that at times, I want to emphasize, because otherwise this will be called blasphemy or reminiscent of what Ozzie Smith would do. But I think Jordan Walker is the higher offensive ceiling. It would really surprise me if all of a sudden he finds it and becomes a superstar. I don't think that player is currently on the Blues. And, you know, college sports, even if you do have somebody who's a freshman and you're all excited about it, it's a revolving door. So it doesn't necessarily build that kind of, I mean, what Kansas City has going on right now with not just Mahomes, and then, of course, you have Kelsey, who's nearing the end of his career, but Mahomes in particular, but also Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of the name of the game right there, and that's what brings people into the building, even if the team isn't undefeated.
Right. Who tweeted Boomer Sooner out over the weekend, by the way.
And you were mad and you started tweeting at him.
Yeah, I got on my burners, my Tiger Nationalist
burners. This is Bobby Witt Jr. did that, not
Did you let him have it?
Mahomes, the Red Raider.
My account, like Truman the King or something. And
scorch him?
Yeah, I let him know.
Dr. Xander Malenthorpe is in the YouTube chatter. Is that Malenthrop, Doug?
Throp.
And he says, we have that player. His name is Andre Palante.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So there you go. Super 2.
He's a pretty good pitcher.
Super 2.
Yeah, he'll be in the rotation next year, I would think.
They're paying him. They better
well, whether he's the star that they build the franchise around, I don't know. I don't think so.
So here's my question. Could you have a collection of young, talented players who wouldn't necessarily be stars, like Mason Wynn, Jordan Walker, or let's say Tank Hens comes up and lights it up? Like, if you have a collection of good young players, could that circumvent having that one young star?
For the local fans, yes.
Mm-hmm. If you win.
100%, because then what it does is even if they don't get to the mountaintop, but you see momentum, like I doubt people are pulling the plug on the Orioles in Baltimore. They realize this is part of the process with a young offensive core in particular. But when you get to a point that, say, like the 2007 Cardinals coming off a world championship, but the Stars were kind of, at least that first phase of Cardinal dominance, were aging, you realize this is it. They're going to have to turn the page. That's a different thing. Or when the Blues won the Cup and Doug Armstrong was like, well, we want to try to keep that window open a few more years longer. If you can have a bunch of guys in their early 20s with organizational control in baseball, you can really establish a relationship between that player base and the fan base. And right now, the Cardinals are lacking that, much less the disconnect between the front office and the fan base.
If you look at the teams that made the World Series this year, the Yankees and the Dodgers, both those teams had 3 or 4 superstar players.
Well, so it was littered with Hall of Famers.
Superstars, and the Cardinals don't have any right now.
The difference for the Dodgers in particular is that they have been able to do this with a farm system. You know, I know Miles Michaelis called it checkbook baseball, whatever the hell he called it before the season started, but the reason why they've been able to do this is their farm system. They have drafted and developed so well.
And money. They bought Ohtani and Freeman. They bought those two.
I understand that, but because they have been able to, I mean, how many players also would you look at that roster and go, oh, they're homegrown? And how many pitchers did they lose and still win the World Series? We really could be on the verge of a run here for a team. I think that could be the case also. I know people are talking about that with the Florida Panthers once they won, but the Dodgers could become an evil empire kind of situation. They've been in the mix going back to that NLCS against the Cardinals in 2013, but they really never got over the hump minus the COVID World Series of 2020. And so the stage could be set for them to be the new evil empire of the 21st century. 10:48 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Coming up next, this is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. I met with Michael a couple of weeks ago. Man, he really does take pride in helping and making sure that he provides great service and product to his customers, but also making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that is why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard. That's right, $7 a square yard. Michael's passion's flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. And that is why, again, he is making sure he gets the best installers in the area, and that's why he's giving them $7 a square yard, which is an incredible compensation package in the flooring industry. Go to igotfloored.com if you are interested in joining Michael's team. $7 a square yard for carpet installers. Go to igotfloored.com. TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Doug, you know what it's time for?
Email of the day.
Yeah, it's brought to you by Design Air, online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp's company. He's fourth generation. His great-grandfather started it, and there was one principle that has been passed down from Seth's great-grandfather to his grandfather to his father, and now Seth is practicing it as well, and so many TMA listeners have gotten to know this. Since Seth is the longest-tenured TMA sponsor going back a decade, and that is no upselling. You got a problem, we're going to diagnose it, we're going to fix it, and you can count on us. How refreshing is that? That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Official HVAC provider of the Tim McKernan Show podcast and longest-running sponsor of TMA. And I'm a client, and Doug's a client, and Martin's a client, and we say you become a client as well. Go online at designairservice.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You don't need the albinos charts and graphs to show Tim had another perfect show.
I didn't even make the damn things. Well, how am I getting what?
I just read what's in the prompter. Chairman Kurt filtered it.
Yeah, jeez, tell me.
Because it was self-evident. Maybe the filter Nazi was right. Yesterday's email may have flirted with a subject society would frown upon. So many times it happens too fast. You trade your passion for email glory. That's why from now on, I'm all about hopscotch and ice cream socials. We didn't have sidewalks in my Afton neighborhood, so we had the hopscotch finals on my buddy Jimmy's blacktop driveway. It was tough to see the lines with the gray chalk, so Jimmy's final jump was suspect at best. He and my other buddy Butchie really got into it when Jimmy's dad came home. He was driving with his passenger side steering wheel because he what is that, Doug? A passenger side steering wheel?
Like driver's
That's what a driver's ed. Yeah, some of the driver's ed cars have.
He was driving with his passenger side steering wheel because he just finished teaching driver's ed. He popped out of the car and some home cooking took over. Jimmy is the winner. Case closed. Well, Butchie didn't take too kindly to that. All of a sudden, he grabbed Mr. Larson by his ponytail and bent him over the hood of his AMC Pacer.
There it is.
After he stripped off his clothes, he looked like a big sweaty hippopotamus on top of a metallic silver fishbowl. Oh. You just screwed me, so now I'm going to do the same to you. With that, Butchie started driving Ed Larson, that is. So dumb. The slapping of skin and sweat saturation sounded like a wooden spoon stirring macaroni in a pot.
There's no need for any of this.
I can hear that.
That's from Doug, and then the last name Scannon.
Doug's Scannon.
Morning, lads. Another outlier victory on Monday. This month's race is tighter than Jimmy Edmonds' dancing jeans. Just like his nights out after Cubs games, we're going to grind it out to the finish. Speaking of underwhelming finishes with random guys, today's WWE recap left me feeling like a can of biscuits. Thankfully, Uncle Rich Gould stopped by and added some pop. Lots of tongue talk this morning. I love Doug's new tramp stamp tattoo from his weekend in the Hamptons.
I haven't got one.
Coincidentally, it's Jackson's mantra, no hot fruit. Speaking of load-bearing, Jackson's hair looks great today. Cheers, that's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
So this is the show, huh? Rough show for the producers. Libby Jack rolls in with a strategic bedhead comb-over. You have a comb-over?
Yeah, that's true.
To hide his bald spot, and then serves up a nice plate of dead air. Instead of Joshua's boy-foy.
That's right.
Does he own his mistake like a man? Nope. Immediately shifts blame to Mitch, faith, character, core values, and team first. Those are the four Cumsteins. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Pull it together, boy. Quick, let's play some audio of Check's dossier, a hackneyed radio show that nobody outside of Chicago cares about, where the host has to hyperventilate about landlines and crises because he's desperate to fill time after being soft-pinkled by Coach Matt Eberflus. Swing and a miss. That's okay because we got Eli Drinkwitz, and I want to talk some Mizzou hoops. But fortunately or unfortunately, Drink only wants to talk about Danny Cannell. Meanwhile, the other producer, who clearly has way too much time on his hands, given that at one point this season he was taking his make-believe video game season so seriously that he was producing weekly AI hype videos before and AI press conferences after each game, put a a lot of effort into a poster board sign that we can't even see because he's holding it up in Libby Jack's tanning booth.
Yeah, for real.
Plotting everything that needs to happen in order for Mizzou to make the college football playoff. And that will surely be thrown in the trash as soon as Mizzou loses in Columbia East on Saturday. Jesus, if Chairman Kurt put half as much effort into getting laid as he did this ridiculous vision board, he'd be bagging them 2 at a time. Just get back to answering phones so you'll have another terrible 101 caller on the air who's going to reference another terrible caller from last week who wanted the Cardinals hitters to swing from their chest to their belly buttons.
I don't get
We're
that.
Sitting here again talking about the same things. It's from Buck Swope.
Buck Swope with a nice little email this morning.
Goodness. One just got deleted while he's in there. Chairman Kurt. Look at you guys go. Phone calls from Bill DeWitt III, Bernie Federico, and Keith Kachuk in the past week proves that FM has turned you guys into an actual high-quality operation. By contrast, on your last show on HD2, the lead story was Doug's attempt to grow fescue in his backyard.
Tall fescue.
Immediately followed by a story about the time a lady spit in Chairman Kurt's mouth. In true TMA fashion, the last topic you guys ever discussed in the tiny blue prison cell was a breakdown of the cutest Baltimore Orioles from 1983. What a difference a few weeks make. I thought the days of Sinbad and Lady Gaga's makeup artist appeared to be gone, but you guys were right back to your old shenanigans today when your opening segment included a phone call from a Barron High School dropout named Mark. The next time some immature Cracker Barrel busboy who couldn't even graduate from CBC tries to channel Richard Pryor with some unfunny crap, just hang up on his ass and maybe these fools will quit calling. So the JV golf coach, and that's what we have.
JV golf coach.
For the design, air, heating, and cooling.
I kind of like the JV golf coach today. I'm voting for him.
I loved his, but I'm going to go with my cousin Vinny.
Oh. I go with Buck Swope, and I thought it was obvious, but we'll see what the chairman says.
Buck Swope.
Congratulations.
Swope won the design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, and Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen.